Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another wellness session. A much needed late night wellness session, that is. What's going on, y'all? I'm still over here getting my technical things together. You know what I'm saying? I decided to do this. I was going to call it an express live, but the show ain't even on no more. And so this is definitely a wellness session. Like, we need this. And tomorrow night, Miscellaneous Gab and I will be going live from her channel as well. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let me see something once. I think I have the link to that. Yeah, let me drop the link to that real quick. The link to the stream for, let me see. The link to the stream for us. Can y'all hear me out there? I'm not talking to myself, am I? Yeah, tap in with that link right there. Tap in with Miscellaneous Gab. Her page is fire. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's going on here real quick. Oh man, we in the building. Late night. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on here. We got Ephemeral Soup in the building. What's going on with you? Good to see you in here. As always, we got Brian in the building. What's good, Brian? Let's go. Let's cook. We got Scotty Saturn in the building. What's going on with you? We're going to talk about a lot of stuff tonight. You know what I'm saying? We got the beautiful Joy in the building. What's good, Joy? Yes, good to have you here. As always, beautiful Mod in the building. Yup. We got DeAndre here. So this beats hard. Yo, thank you very much. Yeah, that's one of the ones I just be having in the cut. You know what I mean? You know, let's see. Who else we got? We got Sarah here. Hey, real fun fact of the day. Ivan Lynch dies at the beginning of the nod. Probably a nod to the reflective cyclical structure of the series. Yes, it definitely could be. We got to talk about that at some point. I am still working on my Severance stuff because it's got to be good. And the information that I have and the information that I'm about to drop on y'all, like I've shared it with a couple of people. Well, actually, I've only shared it with one person actually. But and they are like, yo, you gonna crack the ceiling with this one, yo. Like the information, I'm gonna put it in my Muppet video, and then I'm doing another one about Irv. Then I'm doing another one about Cobell. So there's a lot to do. I got a lot that I'm working on as far as Severance. I definitely have to keep us stocked up. You know what I'm saying? While we're waiting on the season to return, or on this next season, I should say. Let's see. Oh, we got Aaron in the building. What's going on, Aaron? Good to see you. Good evening, Real and Innies. Yes. Yes. Oh, you miss Casey tonight? Oh yeah, I might as well drop the link in there. We might as well do a panel at some point. You know what I'm saying? Is anybody in here watching The Last of Us? Is anybody in here watching The Last of Us? Let me know if you're watching The Last of Us. Because The Last of Us, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just be real with you. The first episode, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Your first episode of the season should be fire. It should be a lot going on. It should be crazy. And this one isn't. I gave it a 6.5. I gave this episode a 6.5. And I was just trying to focus on the positive things about it, right? To the point to where I forgot to even rate the episode in my video. That's how crazy it was. Like, let me see if I can upload this one video I have in here that I wanted to share with you guys. But it's talking about all of the stock market symbolism. There's a lot of stock market symbolism in this show. Like, it's an unbelievable amount of stock market symbolism. And it's like throughout the entire episode. I watched it again and I noticed some more stuff even after I did the video about it. This clip that I have is processing. I definitely want to talk about that, but I need to talk about Severance with you guys. Like, we have to really talk about Severance. There's a couple of things that have been bothering me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, okay. Aaron says she haven't seen it yet. Late night session will flip my toboggan. Daniel, what's good with you, fam? Good to see you here. Ah, yes, I am going to be watching Black Mirror. I'm gonna watch Black Mirror, and I'm definitely gonna cover Black Mirror and do something about Black Mirror. I just really don't like the bingeable shows as much as the shows that are from week to week where we can digest and dig in. You know what I'm saying? They just lay the whole season out on Netflix pretty much. But I definitely Black Mirror is definitely one I have to cover. I think I should also go in on Stranger Things before it comes back. I should do some videos just to get the taste and the palate for Stranger Things before it comes back. Um, it's gonna be the final season. So yeah, I don't like a season breakdown. I like a episode by episode breakdown. It's more stuff, it's more involved. You get to think about it in a deeper way. So I like that kind of stuff. But there's a few things that are bothering me about Severance, guys. We got to talk about them. But before I do that, I'm going to engage with the chat. The cat in the tinfoil hat, checking in for the wellness sesh. Yes, indeed. We have Zechariah here. Real, let me cook for a minute. In the flashback with Mark and Gemma, Rickon and Devin, Devin mentions Rickon climbs rocks like a gecko. Rickon and his friends act very odd. Like in the finale where in the finale episode, there is what appears to be the goat sacrifice. I'm theorizing that they place goat consciousness into humans, and Rickon is one of them. Yo, yeah, I mean, that's been like a really ongoing theory about Rickon and his friends and stuff like that. The one thing that you bring up about the flashback, it shows Rickon in a total different light. Uh, Maybe that's his Audi. Maybe that's his Audi, and we're dealing with the innie of Rickon. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yo. And then Rebecca says she needs to change her name again. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to that. A lot to that. Sarah said, you want to get high? Oh, yeah. High. I'm getting high. Now I'm over here blowing right now, chilling. You know what I mean? Hanging out with you guys late night. I had a long, eventful day. And so now I need the wellness session. I need that wellness session. So when I open up this panel, I know we only got a few people in here, but when I open up this panel, we got to cook. If y'all want to come up here and cook. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Stranger Things would be a good one for me. Yes, indeed. We got G in the building. What's going on, G? Who else we got? We got Raw Soul. Man, other than Bet Norte and Us Callister, Black Mirror was a snooze fest. Really? Wow. Danny DeVito as Miss Wong. Yo, that shit was hilarious. If you know, you know. That would be hilarious. You have a chance to check out any other Apple TV shows. The Apple shows are really good. I like how Apple takes a chance on creation. Like good creators that, Apple is definitely trying to match that HBO quality. That's the only reason why I'm really watching The Last of Us. I'm not the Last of Us is kind of corny to me. I have a lot of dilemmas. With The Last of Us. You know what I'm saying? Foundation is good. Invasion is good. The Servant is good. The Changeling was okay until the last few episodes. Yeah, Apple cooks. Apple definitely cooks. They got Slow Horses. They got that man, the Dope Show. They got something in there. It was like a dude was like an animator. I caught the first episode of that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, The subscription to stay alive one was too real. Okay, I gotta check that out. These sound like black market titles. I mean, Black Mirror titles. I'm going to start From and Dark. I haven't seen Dark yet. I've wanted to for a while. Yeah, From is good. From is good. You should definitely check out From. Um, check out the first 2 seasons of Westworld. You know what I'm saying? 3 and 4 was trash. Um, Dr. Robot, Mr. Robot, Mr. Robot was really good. Mr. Robot was really good. Joey Badass killed his part in that joint. I loved him in that. I haven't seen Dark yet. Mr. Robot, are refiners playing Sudoku? That's a good question, actually. You know what I'm saying? What ended at the perfect time? Oh yeah, Mr. Robot. Yeah, you know, once that big reveal came through of what was really going on, yeah, it was time to end that show. It was really time to end Mr. Robot. Because if they would have let us know that like a season before that's what happened with him and his father, that show would have lost ratings. See, a kind of reveal like that loses ratings for whatever reason. You can just go check the history. That's what happened. But they did it at the perfect time, and I knew what it was from the very beginning. Because they touched on it and then they left it. You know what I'm saying? His very first victim, and I'm doing air quotes, his very first victim tells you everything you need to know. Remember what his victim was when he pulled up and he hacked that whole dude? And yeah, that told you everything you need to know about the ending. Boom. Case closed on that one. I loved it though. I loved Mr. Robot. I loved the fact that I didn't know what was going on for certain times. I like the twist when the plot twist when he was somewhere else, but he thought he was in this place. Yo, and I'm speaking spoiler free right now. But yeah, so I know y'all want to hear what my problems are with Severance. Yeah, I have some problems with Severance. I've been thinking about this for a while now. Episode 9 was a really strange episode, and it didn't seem like an episode that you would do before a finale. The Irv and Bert thing really took me for a loop, because I'm still sitting here trying to figure out, why does Irv love Bert? How? You don't even know this guy. Wasn't it your innie? The only reason is like he's got to be reintegrated, and don't give me the love transcends Severance crap. Like, we can't. That's too lazy. That's too lazy for me. And then the fact that there was no Irv and Bert in the finale whatsoever. It was real crazy. Like they send off Dylan, they send off Miss Wong, they send off Irv and his dog, and then only Dylan comes back. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying? I do have, but they left it wide open for, I hope, I heard a rumor that John Turturro was not going to be in season 3. And if that's the case, I don't know what to say. It's just unresolved, unless they have such a great resolution for it that it didn't need him. You know what I mean? By actually showing us the network of people that he was working with, or the person that he was working with, or whatever, and really diving into it and really adding a new dynamic to the show as far as that's concerned. That's the only thing that would appease me, actually. I don't think that we have I don't think that we left that whole thing good. Well, we didn't leave that good. Because the thing about it is, like, why would you spend so much time on that? It pretty much got almost its own episode. You know what I mean? With the dinner and them going through, they had Big Evil Hodor going through Irv's crib, and they had the whole dinner, and like that episode was kind of about him. Then Irv got his own entire episode pretty much where he, episode 4 where he like outed Helly and he figured her out, right? What is, why spend that much time on it and it's not, and you don't even have these characters in the finale? What happened there? And I know that they had a lot of stuff to fill it up with. Man, we had marching bands. We had all kinds of shit in that finale. Like, I just don't understand how we are not getting, let me put something up for us. I know we looking at PD's map like a motherfucker. Let me find something for us real quick to look at. As a matter of fact, let's look at that finale video real quick. Yo, the Last of Us, it's a cool show and everything. It could be a lot better. You know what I mean? There's just certain aspects, like when you're adapting something from a video game, your mission, okay. Your mission should be, I don't know if I went out or not. You guys let me know. Did I go out? Can y'all hear me? I just got like a glitch on the screen and it froze up my chat. So let me know if you guys hear me. Okay, I'm good. Okay. I just feel like they spend too much time. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Now, let's get to that stock market symbolism, shall we? A bear market is when the prices of assets, usually stocks, falls by 20% or more from recent highs and stays down for an extended period, typically driven by pessimism, fear, and or weakening economic fundamentals. Why a bear, you may ask? Because a bear attacks by swiping its paws downward, which metaphorically reflects the falling markets. Just like a bear pulls its prey down, prices are seen to be dragged down during a bear market. And the opposite is a bull market. A bull attacks by thrusting its horns upwards, symbolizing rising markets. Now, these are actual stock terminologies and lingo. I'm not making any of these up. There's a bunch of them in here. So stay tuned. Check this out. The BBQ pun could be referencing the stock market ticker. B and Q are both suffixes on the stock market ticker. B represents the B-class shares that typically come with less voting power than A-class shares. Q on the stock ticker simply means bankrupt or a bloodbath in a bear market. Now, the market that they were in was called Green Place Market, and green is another stock term.
So they've been sheltering in the market.
Dina says that the infected are sheltering in the market, which is also another stock term. Tax sheltering is legally minimizing your tax liability by placing assets in certain investments, accounts, or vehicles. In the chaos of the market, sheltering is what the elites do to preserve control while everybody else is panicking. Sheltering is how the wolves survive the winter. While you're out here watching your 401k get smoked like brisket at the barbecue, the elite already parked their paper behind vault doors and tax codes. Bear markets expose who's out in the open and who was already sheltered in the green vaults with the gold lining. Dina tells Joel about the main line, which is another stock reference. In business and finance lingo, the main line can refer to the direct access route to money, decision makers, or core operations in the uninterrupted high-value channel where all of the big players eat at. And she brings this up to him while he's working on a circuit breaker, which is also stock exchange lingo. A circuit breaker is a temporary halt in trading designed to prevent panic selling and market crashes. Oh snap, while I'm editing this video, I just realized that Ellie actually had a market crash when she crashed down into the marketplace. Now, all of these overtones are very relevant to what we see in the current market right now. It's not a full-on barbecue yet, but the grill is hot, the retail meat is marinated, and the smoke is rising. Yo, so that was some crazy symbolism. It makes me want to go back and watch Severance to see if there's any stock market symbolism in there. They definitely had the fiat currency symbolism in there with the Wizard of Oz references. And they was cooking with the Wizard of Oz references ever since the Lexington letter. I'm not giving up mine for something that we don't even know is absolute. Now, if it was an absolute thing, then it would be something that we would have to really talk about. But really, for me, it's nothing to talk about. I'm not giving up my child. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I he was wrong for two things. I think he was wrong for killing all those people, right? I think he was wrong for killing all of those people because he killed some very valuable people, some doctors that are actually trying to work on a cure. You know what I'm saying? And he killed some people that there probably no more people like those people anywhere on the planet right now. There's a very good chance of that, right? So that's kind of fucked up. And the other fucked up part is that he lied to her. You know what I'm saying? He lied to her about the shit. But that part too. But here's the thing about that, right? What if she's mad about him lying to her, then what's the thing? So you're mad that I didn't let them kill you. If I would have let them kill you, you wouldn't even be here to be mad at me. So what the fuck are we actually talking about here? I think it's real corny to me. That's just my opinion. The other thing was trying to vilify him for saying, I noticed that they tried to make him a villain for saying that, hey, about the refugees coming in. And she's like, well, should we just leave them out there? And he's like, yeah, if your life ship is full, you'd have to leave them out there. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. That's pragmatic to me, in my opinion. Some people will say, well, no, what I don't like about it is them trying to make it into like a conversation or about our social topics today, about like immigration and whatnot like that. Because she calls him a refugee. And like, bro's not a fucking refugee if his brother's in there. Like, as a matter of fact, when she found him, they were gonna kill them. They were gonna kill him and the little girl. But the reason why they didn't is because he said his name was Joel, and she knew that that was Tommy's brother. So she's like, oh, oh, oh. So this man literally got brought in by the strength of his name. So it's not like he was just a refugee. And bro was about to leave. He was like, yo, I'm ready to leave. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to leave. I'm going to leave here. I'll leave Ellie here. You take her to the spot. I'm leave. You know what I'm saying? But not only did he come back, but he's an actual asset. He's like the foreman of all the foremans that are doing construction, trying to build houses. And the craziest part is she's asking him to build the houses faster to let more people in. So I don't know. I don't like how they try to vilify bro because he saved Ellie. He did save her. He did save her. You know what I'm saying? He saved her life. Now she could be mad, you know, but what are we gonna do? Well, what's the point? But it. I'm gonna tell you, watching this show makes me miss Severance so fucking much. It's ridiculous. I've never felt like that about a television show, y'all. And I love my shows when I watch them. I take the symbolism, I eat, I shit, and I go back home. You dig, right? But not this time. Like Severance got me by like a chokehold right now. Severance got me in a chokehold, y'all. Like, what are we gonna do? I'm sorry, I went on a little rambling right there. Let me go and look in the chat. I know you guys was probably cutting back here. I want to see what's going on. I want to see what people talking about. Let's go into the chat real quick. We got my man Rick Rock in the building. Exist in the building. Mark and Devin are scouts, aka spies. They've lost sense of their mission. Ragabi is there to keep Mark on task, but Mark and Devin have grown comfortable in their roles as spies. Yo, that's heavy. Have you checked out any of my spy stuff that I talked about in those videos where about the spy stuff? Like, I definitely talked about how the government was using hypnosis to pretty much create innies and outies, like before World War II, before Operation Paperclip. Yo, yeah, I love that. I love that theory. I love that theory right there. I'm gonna open up the panel soon. Let me just copy the link now for when I get ready. Let's go through the chat, see what else is going on. Okay, Rubiella, what's going on? Hey, Rubiella says in the claymation sequence in season 2, episode 1, was there maybe a weird jagged arrow somewhere like the stock market? I do remember seeing something like that. That's a good question. Like I said, I'm definitely going to go back and rewatch Severance for stock stuff. Like, I'm on a mission right now. Like, I know that they have it in there. They're sheltering in the market. Like, what? Market sheltering? What are you saying? Like, that was crazy. And then they find a bear that had been tearing up the infected. Like, come on, yo. It's a fire. It's fire the way they did it. You might not like the show. You might have your problems with it. You know what I'm saying? However, hey, the symbolism alone, and we're talking about, this is HBO. This is a HBO big box joint. You know what I'm saying? This is a HBO big box joint with tons of symbolism in it. You'll be a fool not to watch it. Like, you if you're like me, and if I'm rubbing off on any of you guys, watch the show, pull out your magnifying glass, because it's definitely worth it. Like, I just showed you how they inserted stock stuff inside of this show. Like, she literally crashed through the market. It's crazy as hell. The barbecue, the circuit breaker, the main line, like all the different references, even the little boy with the airplane, like them talking about immigration and border patrol, like border control, you know? Let's see what else we got. We got Sarah says, so a guy with multiple women selling brides, a traditional family? That a traditional family? Selling brides. What the hell? Are you must be talking about the Handmaid's Tale or some shit. The Handmaid's Tale, I can't even cover that because I gotta get in tune with a show before I can really like give you quality material. Like, I'm not just going watch the show and not get in tune with it and just throw some shit at the wall and hope it sticks. Like, real enigmas and theories, I strive to be better than my last video every time. So, I'm not just going to throw something out there. However, in the Discord, we do have the Handmaid's Tale, meeting place. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to meet up in the Discord and talk about the show, that's fine. Y'all could do watch parties in there. Y'all do whatever y'all want in there. Just have some fun. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple of shows in there. We got From in there, Severance. We got Last of Us. We're gonna be adding some more shows. Um, Give me some suggestion for shows, because even if I don't cover them, we will talk about them in live streams. We will put a spot that we can talk about them in the Discord. Like, somebody asked me, was I gonna cover in the building? What's going on, baby girl? How you? Good to see you. Much love. Yo, uh, I'm gonna sit here and wait a minute to see if people respond to what I just said about Vecna being in the first episode. Let me spark up real quick. Let me see what's going on. Nobody's saying nothing about that. If anybody knows when Vecna was in the first episode, drop it in the chat. Let me see who's really sharp in here. Because I didn't think anybody caught it, and I didn't hear anybody saying it. But I got proof that I said that shit like years ago, actually, when they showed us who Vecna was. You know what I mean? But Vecna was in the first episode. Can anybody tell me where Vecna was in that first episode? Hmm. Yeah, I've got to cover Stranger Things. Yeah, I've got to cover Stranger Things. He was in the first episode though. I haven't watched Stranger Things in ages. Never finished the series. What? What? Stranger Things was one of those only. I don't like binge watching, yo. Like I like watching those week to week joints. And even if it is a binge watch joint, I take my time with it. Like I don't just. I might sit and watch two, maybe three if I'm watching it with like my lady or something, and we just chilling and we just hanging out and the vibe is good. Like, yeah, we'll watch three of something. But like, I like to take my time with it. I like to sit and think about what I just saw. Like, let it digest. So I definitely take my time. I don't see anybody talking about it. I don't see anybody putting it down. Coriano, well, you might as well go ahead and get it popping then, because I'm gonna cover Stranger Things for sure. I'm gonna start doing some episode or videos about it first. You could wait till then, but Stranger Things is definitely that deal. Stranger Things is definitely that heat. Like it took me right back to my childhood. The nostalgia was just so good in the first episode. I mean, the first season. The nostalgia was really good. And then when they brought it back again, they kind of veered off a little bit in the second season. But then when they brought it back and this last season, very nostalgic. You know what I'm saying? They did a really good job on everything. Set design, the cars, all of that shit. Like they did a real good job. The bikes, the clothes, they went nuts, yo. Like they really did a good job. Stranger Things really makes you feel like you're there. If the camera quality wasn't so good and it was grainy like an older show or something like that, it would pass for something old. It would pass for like it's like it would pass for a great 80s installment for sure. That's my I mean, what do you think? Like Stranger Things is definitely goated. Like I love it. I love it. What else we got? Nobody knows when they saw Vecna. I'm not gonna say it then. Y'all just have to wait for my video. But Vecna's in the first episode. Hmm. Okay. We got Unica in the building. What's going on? Where did you see Vecna in episode one of no, not episode one of Severance, my sis. Episode one of Stranger Things. Stranger Things season one was masterful. Yes. It was like it was the illest thing that I'd seen on Netflix. Hands down, it was the best thing on Netflix at that time. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something that was actually good was They Clone Tyrone. That was a good Jamie Foxx flick. Y'all should go check that out. I did a breakdown. I did a part one and a part two breakdown on They Clone Tyrone. You could go check those out. You know what I'm saying? They Clone Tyrone was fire. I liked that. I liked the Dolomite joint that Eddie Murphy did. That was fire. At the time, that was the best thing on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, They Clone Tyrone was heat. I loved it. The OA was really good until the only thing I didn't really like about the OA was the silly dancing shit. Like the dancing shit with the signs and symbols. I think it was fire, but it was just like I don't know. I don't know, man. They could have did something different. It was kind of corny, but it was dope. The whole concept in the movie and everything was fire. Season one, episode one, Stranger Things. You saw Vecna. Yes, yes. Oh yes, Unica. I peeped that. I peeped that. And you're welcome for pronouncing your name right. Yes, it is. He is in season one. He's in episode one of Stranger Things, the very first episode. Vecna is in it. And I hope that I am the first person to reveal that. Because I have not heard anybody say that, or I didn't think anybody caught that because I caught it. I was like, damn, Vecna was there the whole time. And it's like clearly that it was him. Like, oh snap, we got a super chat. Frying Pants. What's good, Frying Pants? Thank you very much. Real, did you think Bert was the driver who intercepted Gemma and delivered her to Lumen? You know, I don't know for sure, but I like that theory. We just don't have enough information to confirm that that's what actually happened. I think that she was in on it. I think that she went willingly. You know what I'm saying? And she was taken to a place. I think that that could possibly be true. They haven't confirmed it yet. I wish the hell they would have. I wish they would have given us like, did Gemma choose to be here? Cause she didn't. Cause I just don't see like somebody that is being held against their will sitting there cooking food and doing yoga poses and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and going along with the get along and putting the clothes on like they ask and all of that. You'd have to whoop my ass to, if I'm being held against my will. First of all, you better have me in some kind of shackles or handcuffs or some shit, because I'm fucking you up. Period. Right? But like, she, in that defense, she did fuck him up a couple of times. She tried to hurt his fingers. She tried to, and she busted him across his head with that chair. You know what I'm saying? He bro ain't even want to get close to Shorty after that. Like, he was like, "Yo, fuck it." You know what I'm saying? Hold on, hold on. What else we got? Thank you once again for your generosity, frying pants. I don't know though. I don't know. Oh my, Unika said, "Oh my God, I gotta rewatch. That's wild. I've seen Stranger Things so many times and never noticed that." Yes, I think I might be one of the only people that have noticed that. I'm just telling you some real shit, because okay, I'll tell you where it is. I'll tell you where it is. I'll tell you where it is. You guys ready? Let me get some love in the chat if y'all ready. I'm gonna tell you where Vecna is in season 1, episode 1. The very first episode, the pilot fucking episode of Stranger Things. Vecna's there. And to just pull him back in season 4 to reveal him, but he was there since the beginning, it just lets you know. It lets you know that they are watching their own show, that they're really paying attention to the ground that they laid down. And they're going back over it with a fine tooth comb, like, yes, we can make Vecna look like this. Now, I'm going to break it down. I'm going to break it down. Let's go. I see some love in the chat. I see some love in the chat. And so I am going to break it down. I got some love in the chat. Let's go. All right, hold on. Let me start this video over before it ends. There we go. Here we go. With the love in the chat, I'm going to tell you where Vecna is. When the little boys, when our motley crew are riding home, and they're leaving Mike's crib. I guess his name is Mike. Isn't his name Mike? Yeah, they're right in front of Will, and that's what made Will run into the leaves and shit and run off the road. Go check it out. If you don't believe me, wait, let me see if I might be able to pull it up. I don't know. Nah, can't do it. But yeah, that is in the beginning of Stranger Things. You see Vecna. And how do you know it's Vecna? Because it's not a Demogorgon. It doesn't look anything like a Demogorgon. And it looks like a humanoid figure with one long arm. And that's Vecna. Yeah. When he first, pull it up right now, Unika. Pull it up right now. Go to when Will is on his way home. Go to when Will is on his way home and they all left Mike's crib. He's riding his bike, and they were grouped up, and then they split up, and Will goes on his own way to home. And I think it was like he raced somebody, they were racing or some shit like that. Somebody was racing with him. And then when he splits off by himself, the shadowy figure, the silhouette that scares him into the woods was Vecna. Go look it up. It's in the first season. First season pilot episode, not even 30 minutes into the damn episode, you see Vecna. Like 10 minutes in, somewhere up in there. So we waiting on Unika. Unika's pulling it up. She's pulling it up right now. And I'm about to go ahead and drop the invite link. If you want to come up here and rap with me, we cooking right now. We got 60-something people in here. Everybody that is here is supposed to be here. You dig? If you want to come on up and chat, rap with the real enigmas and theories, you got it. There go the link. Let's do it. You know? No. No exists. You'll give me the timestamp when you find it? Bet. That'll work. No exists. Vecna is not the Y around 540. Yeah, I think that's Vecna. Definitely not a Demogorgon. I told you. I told you. I'm the first one to crack that code. I gotta leave this live up. Gotta leave the chat up. Because I don't think anybody else saw that. I haven't heard anybody say that. I've looked at tons of Stranger Things YouTube content. I've heard no one say that. That was something that I noticed the moment that we saw what Vecna actually looked like. I said, oh shit, that's the thing we saw in episode 1. Cause you know me, I'm pulling out the magnifying glass, I'm hitting pause. You know what I'm saying? I pause the show, watch the shit. Like nobody wants to watch anything with me because I'm pausing it, I'm rewinding it. If the episode's an hour long, it takes me at least 2 hours to get through the shit. Like I'm that guy. So I saw that shit in the first, the pilot show, the pilot episode. But uh-oh, okay. But when I saw that shit and we didn't know anything about Vecna. We didn't know anything about Vecna season 2 or season 3. Season 4 is when they brought us Vecna. And when I saw Vecna, I was like, oh shit, that looks like the shit that I saw that wasn't a Demogorgon. Because I was like, after watching it a couple of times, I was like, what is this thing? Because it's not a Demogorgon. You feel me? And then in season 4, when I finally saw Vecna, I was like, man. So I don't think that in season 1 they meant for that to be Vecna. But I think it was one of those little happy accidents that when they were writing season 4, they were looking at the show that they'd created and they were watching the show and they said, let's this doesn't look like a Demogorgon. I think they kind of noticed what they had done and they wrote off of it. And that's how you should write. You should backtrack and understand what you have been saying. That's why you hear me, even in my videos, you hear me reiterate some of my points. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to stay on to what I said. I'm trying to stay on the path and not go like all in these different directions. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll have some people to make a theory that is this, that is that, then it's this. Then they got another theory that totally debunks or contradicts 2 other theories they have. Like, I try to stay on the path. I try to stay on the path. And I love to be proven wrong because I actually have gratitude when someone can prove me wrong on something because it gives me the right. I'm not walking around here wrong. When you know what I'm saying? I don't get offended by that type of criticism because it makes you better, right? Like I'm not walking around here wrong no more. Like I'm glad you enlightened me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Nobody's coming up. Come on, y'all. It's like 60 people in here now. Let's do it. Hold on. Let me put the link down there again. Somebody come on up here. Let's chat. Give me, you know what I'm saying? Give me some free hands a little bit. You know? I see existers out there. Why don't you come up here and talk about some Muppets, bro? Why don't you come up? Why don't you come on up here and talk about some Muppets or some shit? Yeah. Hold on. Yes. Wow. Okay. Yep. Yo, Unica. Shout out to Unica for that. I had to leave that up there for a little while so I can come back to that. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. A Demogorgon would have attacked him, not scared him. They don't think, they just hunt. That's definitely Vecna. Can't believe you noticed that. Yo, I'm trying to tell you. What can we chat about? We can chat about whatever we talking about up here. We can talk about that Severance. We can talk about Stranger Things, Last of Us, whatever you want to talk about. Shit, we could take it back to The Prisoner. If I don't, I might be showing my age with that one. The Prisoner was the shit. Both versions of the Prisoner. They had one from like the 70s or the 80s, way back. Then they did when, oh man, am I bugging or what, guys? Am I bugging or what? Hold on. I got to be bugging. Yeah, I'm bugging. Oh my goodness.
You smug motherfucker. You're not severed. You walk out of here with your memories. You carry them home with you every night. No one can rip them away from you, snuff them out. Like they never existed. Like you never existed. Turn her back!
God damn it, stop doing!
Yes! Do it, Seth!
Yeah, we had to drop something, and definitely we had to drop this one. Fathead Muppet.
Oh, yes. We could feed him a pile of loose corn.
Use the chat. I'm not kidding.
Yo, I'm too high for this shit, yo. Don't do me like this up here.
You're welcome.
Oh my goodness. You win. Fathead Muppet. Oh shit. Yo, I am over here. I was trying to roll up. You made me like drop some shit on the floor. I'm like, yo. Oh man, she said she had to put her dentures in real quick to hop back in the chat. I'm trying to figure out why you need teeth in to partake in the chat.
Listen, it's all a woman ploy. I got to pick my teeth.
Yo, no, I love you still. Don't worry about it. You good here with me. You amongst fam. Don't even worry about it. Yo, what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts while I bring my brother Rick Rock up? What's your thoughts?
Hey, well, I'm so curious about the end of Irv's timeline. His whole storyline seems to be up in the air, depending on John Turturro's, renewing his contract, and it's kind of scary. I think I will lose respect for the show if he goes.
Yes. Yo, I will too. Especially if you
They're gonna have
can't.
to explain that away.
The last time we see John Turturro on this show can't be him getting on a train with the dog. That can't be.
I got a theory for
That can't
Totoro.
be that. That can't be that. Thank you for joining my brother Exists, Rick
What's
Rock.
going on, Real? What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the thing with Irving is when Irving left, he was in the Orpo and he had put Helly underwater after getting the attention of Milchek and everyone else on the Orpo to come watch him put her head underwater. He did that and would have to be playing an actual character within a character, if you understand.
Yeah.
Like they're on the show, but they're playing these Lumen Kier people, but they're also spies, so they have to pretend to be these people that live in Lumen and Kier without telling the audience or telling the rest of the people and throwing their scent off.
Wait a minute. Daniel said that Charlie Murphy laugh is from the Prince story. Prince was on the Muppets too.
And who was that Big Heck on the Discord pointed
Yeah.
out that Keir Egan, the actor who plays him, worked for the Muppets at the front desk before
Yeah.
Severance, and I didn't believe it. That was a crazy reveal because I looked up. There's a video clip. It's 2 minutes long of a longer interview where, yes, the actor actually says he worked for the Muppets, and that's where they discovered him for his voice before he did Severance.
Yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip. I have,
That's
bro,
crazy.
wait till you see my Muppet video. I have that video. I have the video with Mark Geller talking about how he was working at the Muppets. He was at the front desk. And he
The
also
cra-
he he did their like phone voice for them. You know, like the
yeah,
phone
yeah, yeah. I
for your
saw that in
for
the
the
interview
company.
clip.
Yeah, he did the phone voice for the company phone. Like, so yeah, it's definitely there. And I definitely think we are going to get Mark Geller himself actually on the show in a Kier flashback. And I'm the guy that's saying that Kier is fabricated. I'm too, I'm about
Oh yeah,
60% on
he's
it.
not a real.
I'm
He's easily like the Christ figure. Like, oh, I'm sorry to offend anyone. Like, whether or not Jesus was a real person, that kind of mystery plays out, I
yeah,
think.
You, you know what's
so
interesting is that do you know what Jim Henson's mother's name was?
mm-mm.
Jane, just like Mr. Egan, Jane Egan in the show.
Oh.
And they use these two words that are very distinct. They use fetid moppet, that we've made so many memes about, and they use the word in Mammalian's Nurturable, fripperies. Gwendolyn Christie's character says, "We do not indulge in such fripperies." And I looked into the etymology of both of these words, and it's like old, worn out, stinky, smelly socks, clothing, cloth. Uh,
Oh,
and the context of the etymology kind of ties in with the origin of how the first Kermit the Frog was made. It was made out of Jane Egan, Jim Henson's Jane Henson, Jim Henson's mother's old coat, which was cut up. It was an old, worn out coat that was cut up and created into a sock.
Mm.
I know that's a little far out there,
that.
but
Why is that so on point? Like, it's so strange that
the
all these references are just in there.
the Muppet stuff ties into every other theory. I've not seen any other theory that can prove or disprove Muppets, and still don't know if it's one big joke from the writers or if there's
Could be,
a
but
greater
I think
significance. But the end of season two, that scene that we watched a couple streams ago about Gemma after she leaves the door, and you can hear both Helly's voice and her voice. That totally tracks with the puppet slash puppeteer thing or a ventriloquist, where you have one person acting as multiple different puppets and taking on different identities because the puppeteer is below the stage versus it's like the innie versus the outie. The innie is below the stage and the outie is above the stage.
Now let
And
me ask you this. Do you think that him hearing those two different voices could be from reintegration?
that's they have so much plausible deniability in the show that leaves so many blurry lines. That's sort of an artistic choice, but I really don't know. And I think that's how they keep you guessing with layers and layers of plausible deniability and
yeah,
multiple meanings.
they kind of
Okay, so
dropped
let me ask you a
they didn't
question. Go ahead. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
they didn't they kind of dropped the reintegration storyline too a little bit, like, it kind of like Ragabi dipped and they kind of like let it fade a little bit, like it wasn't this big thing where all of a sudden he's reintegrated and we've got this new character. Like, I definitely think that that ambiguity with Helly and Gemma's voice at the end there is a way to kind of keep that thread, weaving a little bit, without like us just dropping the whole reintegration plot line, you know?
Okay, so we know I could tell you another time when that happened though. That happened when
Yep,
Mark was walking upstairs from the basement with Ragabi and he heard
yep,
Ragabi's
Gemma.
voice. He heard that was Ragabi's voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And he turned around and said, "You say something?" She's like, "No, I didn't say anything." but it
Did
was Ragabi's voice saying like what Miss Casey would say.
yes,
It
Yeah,
was
you're outie.
is
The
gonna be
your
yeah,
outie line when he was just halfway up between the upstairs and the downstairs of his house, which I thought was kind of significant, where Mark was standing just before emerging to the upstairs, but still at the downstairs, and then he had that breakthrough where he's standing in the hallway looking at Miss Casey in her sort of dead lumen attire.
yeah.
yeah,
Mark's basement is very symbolic in the entire show. Like, let's not
yes,
forget
another
that.
level. Like
Yeah, it's okay. So Cobell steals the candle from Mark's basement and takes
Yep,
the candle to the severed floor, which is like another basement, kind of in a sense, right?
yes,
yep,
Then you also had Petey has his reintegration episodes down there in Mark's basement,
yep,
and Mark ends up getting reintegrated in his basement, right?
yep.
And Mark has the reintegration episode with Gemma in the basement.
And
You know,
Devin's down there with him in the basement at one point.
yeah, they were. That's when they were trying to make contact with the innie
yeah.
by making that light thing and sewing those shits together and all of that dumb shit they was doing. Well,
Yeah,
who is alive? Who is alive?
yeah, you know what's so funny about the whole severed floor thing being like this secret access is throughout the show in Lumen, we see the rest of the upper floors of the building and what's happening. And it's if you wanted to convince a spy where they should look, it would be this restricted access zone. But meanwhile, on the upper levels, in broad daylight, non-severed people are doing totally corrupt things. It's like the spies would think, oh, everything that's secretive has got to be on the bottom. But meanwhile, so much corruption is happening right in
Yeah,
broad
with those
daylight,
other
standing
the other
up.
employees that you see walking around up there, up
Yeah,
on like yeah, they're just as sinister as Milchick.
but they're
Yeah.
not down there below or separate. It's, they're just in the lobby area where people walking in the lobby could literally hear them.
Speaking of
Yeah, they're
which, how many elevators do we think there are? Like I think about like how they stagger their entrances. Like all these
Yeah.
severed people. We find out there's more and more departments.
Well, there's
well,
none in
But
reality. They
there's
green screen them in.
there's two elevators on Petey's map.
The elevators always
okay.
seem to change size too. There's a weird thing with elevators, size, and also the color of the elevator. Like one time, Mark goes into the elevator and it closes up and gets really dark, like a casket or something.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that when I was like, why did the elevator go dark like that? Hold on, let me try to find Petey's map real quick.
But
I'm gonna find
also, season two, I just rewatched it with my dad, and in season two, there's so much hype. I think they hide a lot of stuff in Severance behind comedy and hype, because season two, episode one intro is Mark running down the hallway and all this stuff, but they show him going in and out of the elevator from work and then arriving directly back at work, and they don't they have this plausible deniability where it's like, well, did Mark go home or did he not? But it's also wrapped up in this excitement about finding what's going on with MDR. So it makes me question, okay, maybe
Yeah.
he really never leaves. And I have a theory that is everything happening in Kier is actually happening in the Lumen building. There's
Yeah,
all these
that's what I
references to, there's always these references to smells. In the video they show in the break room, the building is talking as an animated anthropomorphic animation, and it's saying, right now you're sitting in my literal nose. And there's all these strange references to locations and smells, specifically smells. And there's a scene in season two where when Mark is being reintegrated and Devin is driving him, she says, Mark, are you with me or something? Do you know who I am? And she says, Devin. And she says, am I a copy machine or what am I? She asked him if she's a copy machine. And if you remember, they have a copy machine on the severed floor of Lumen where they print out the barbarity of optics and design artwork that Milchek sends to Irving to flood him. but there's all these little subtle nods to them being in location. I think one
Yeah,
strong
like
one is smell.
All right, so
they the
let me
whole
say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. The here I pulled up the map here of Petey's map. Um,
oh, there we
one thing
go.
that I've always wondered, and I'll show you these elevators in a second here. One thing that I always wondered was how come uh OND and MDR don't like run into each other in the hallways.
That is my question.
I was wondering if OND probably has like a different elevator or something.
And
You
does
know,
Mama's Nurturable have a different elevator? And does
right? Do they
all the
have a
other
different
departments
elevator? And
like
here we are. So this symbol right here says, all right. So here's OND. Here's OND right here. Here's MDR, and here is wellness, right? And this is not to scale, right? Like
yeah, yeah.
not to scale.
And
Okay,
cubist design.
Cubist
right.
form, Sudoku.
And so if wellness is here, right, and MDR is here and OND is here, why are they not running into each other? Now,
In and on their way out. Like they can't stagger their entrances so much that like everybody would be arriving like throughout the day. Like there's got to be mad elevators. We know there's a testing floor elevator. We know there's the MDR elevator. There's got to
You
be
know
mad
that there's
elevators.
that really interesting elevator scene that they like timed out to be perfectly. If you watch it, it's really disorienting where Mark goes in the elevator, and then I think Irving comes through, and Dylan comes through, and Helly comes through at the end. The camera is doing some weird stuff in that scene where it seems like they're all coming in from different hallways and going into the same elevator. If you rewatch it, it's
Yeah,
very disorienting. But I noticed when Harmony Cobell is confronting Helly in the parking lot, it would make sense that they would need to be staggered. If she actually leaves, Elena might actually leave, but I don't know if they actually do. I'm thinking more and more that they've never actually left, and that if they can create the Orpo inside
yeah,
of Lumen, they can create their entire world
yeah.
inside of Lumen.
I think Kier is inside of Lumen as well. That's like one of my running
all
theories
right. So
that it's
here
so huge, you know.
here are this is an elevator, and it looks strange on where it's at because like OND is right here,
But that's a symbol for
but
the bathrooms too.
yeah, this is an elevator here, and here is the other elevator here by the team building. This is where I think they did the Ork Bowl. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? This is where I think the Ork Bowl took place because the Ork Bowl has team building in it,
yeah,
right? You know, a team building
yeah.
exercise or whatever, a team building retreat or whatever it said, or whatever the shit was.
That's exactly what corporate
How
drug.
do we know that this is the elevator that MDR uses? Is because here's the lobby where the picture hangs up at.
Mm,
Here's that whole area, that waiting area, right? And here's the hallways that they go down and they go around this little maze here. And notice that when they always show them coming to MDR, they're always coming from like the back side of that whole
right,
big building. It's
right.
always the back. They're always
And
walking toward like
yeah,
the back side of it.
Severance season 2, the building, that video in the break room, he says, "You've never seen this back side of me before," or something in the video.
Yeah, he said that, and I was like, "Wow!" I noticed that too. I noticed that as well, and I
Couldn't
noticed that
recognize
they
me.
always come in the back side of MDR, and it's like, damn, they don't even have another door over there. But then they flipped the door in season 2. Did you notice that? Season 2, they were coming in from a different side.
Yeah,
How do you know? Because the main way that you can figure it out is by going back to look at when um Miss Casey sees Bert inside of that conference room talking to himself. And she
right,
stops in the hallway and then she runs over to MDR and look at where she is when she enters the room. She's damn near right there by the desks. Like
Yeah.
the door is right by the desk. It shows you that. But then on the other, they flip the doors in season 2. Because where the fuck did Milchick just come from with the balloons? You
Right.
feel me?
Yes. And
Yeah,
I'm
it's
still
it's
ever the more
intentionally
And
very
Mark was
disorienting.
standing by yeah, it that right there. But we do know that they can fuck around with the doors. We did see them fucking around with the doors.
and
We
they
saw
make
them
their doors
install new
in-house.
doors,
Yeah, we saw them installing the doors and everything. They'll come in there in the
security
middle of the
door.
night. You know, Mark seemed very disoriented when he was running for wellness. I think in the beginning in season 1, I think when he got off that elevator, he was running straight to go get Miss Casey. I
Yeah.
think he was running to wellness. And then once he gets there, he realizes and runs to MDR. Then he goes back to MDR. They never really reveal why his little MDR twin was looking at him in the hallway. They never reveal like who his therapist was. I thought they were gonna do this
Some
season.
think it's
Yeah.
Mark W. Some people's theories are Mark W., the guy
Some
who
people think it's Irv, some people think it's Mark W. I think it's
Yeah.
Dr. Peabody.
Mustache.
Because
Peabody,
Dr.
possible. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's Dr. Peabody because we see this motherfucker wearing mustaches and wigs and all
Yep.
types of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I
I
think
love when Drummond asked him, "Why are you wearing that stupid sweater after the Christmas room?"
yeah, and even the simple fact that they made a cinematic choice to hide his face and when we first seen him,
Yep.
and then we don't even get to see him until like the next episode. Like, you know, that episode, what's your favorite episode of season 2?
Chikai Bardo, season 2, episode 7, hands down.
I like the most hated one, episode 8 with
Yeah,
Cobell.
gonna
Like
say the same. I was gonna say the same thing.
I
That
because
like
is
it's
Cobell.
so
it's
so
episode 8.
much symbolism.
Sweet
It's ep-
vitriol.
it's sweet vitriol. Yeah, episode 8
Yeah.
all day. Like, and a
Yeah.
lot of people don't like that episode, but I have a video coming out about that,
Oh,
and
good.
yeah, I'm
And
gonna show you.
there was no intro in that episode. That cut down a few minutes, but that was significant that there was no intro.
There was no
Yeah.
intro in episode 4 either.
Oh,
Maybe
Epi-
they're just mixing the
Episode.
seasons. They do these jump backs in season 2 to what happened after the OTC in season 1, but then
Mhm.
it becomes really hard to keep track of, okay, what's happening new in season 2 and what's taking place after immediately after the OTC. Is it I kind of lost my sense of time with
yeah.
what's going on there. Were they reset? We know that clean slate is when they wipe their eyes because Rigabe tells Mark who was alive, that little light beam burning in the retinas trick won't work because of clean slate. But I don't know what timeline they're in, if they're just
Did she
sent
say
back.
clean slate?
She did. If you listen to when she knocks on Mark's door when he's shining a light in his eyes, he says it won't work. They'll just
That was
clean slate.
episode 2, right?
Yeah.
I can't recall. It's all
Yeah, that
blurred
was
together.
episode 2. That had to be episode 2. No, it's episode 3 because it's the episode he got reintegrated.
Yeah, that jumped out at me because the first time I didn't catch that she said clean slate, and I just watched it again today.
I'm going to it right now to look and
Can I
see.
just
Seven.
say, for the record, I have
Go
watched
for it.
season 1 5
So
times,
you
and I'm currently watching it the 6th time.
I've watched it
wait a
six
second.
times. I've only watched season
So you
2
said that
three times.
she says it in the car.
No, she knocks on his door when Mark is shining the lights in his eyes, and she says, "What are you doing? Are you trying to do something dumb you read on the internet?" And then she says, "It won't work. They have clean slate," but she doesn't explain it. But we know what it is from season 1 when we see the command
Nah, I
manual.
don't think that's what she says.
I'm serious, dude. She says it.
To bring a message to your enemy.
I'm listening to it right now.
Because your computer told you that was a brilliant idea.
Keep listening.
Yeah.
I thought she said dilate.
No.
Listen.
What? What?
It doesn't work.
Right here.
The switch briefly dilates the pupils.
That's
Clean
right.
slate.
Oh,
Mind yourself.
Ooh,
You hear
said
what I
that,
said?
okay,
I didn't catch that the first time. Clean slate.
wait. She said the switch dilates the pupils, clean slate. Okay,
Yep.
so
I didn't catch that the first
this
time.
is how I interpret that, right? I interpret that like the it would the dilation of the pupils would clean the slate of the imposed image on his eyes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a
That's how I
surface
took
level.
that. I didn't take that as I didn't even notice it the first time. So shout out to you on
Nor did
that.
I, man. I just noticed that
But
today, and I was like, "How did I miss that?"
but I think that I don't think that she was talking about the actual protocol, and but she could be. That's the crazy part. She could be.
Good. She might be running the whole honeycomb operation or whatever the other one was. I'm
Like
trying
she
to figure
could,
out what they all mean.
Yeah.
you
There's a,
know,
there's another unsolved mystery.
yeah, that's another unsolved mystery.
But we like the we don't want it to all end. We don't want all the answers just yet because there wouldn't be another season. We need at least one more season.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really I'm really not happy with the Cold Harbor bit though. It was
Yeah,
very it was
I did.
very uneventful, and we waited on seeing him finish it and everything, and then all it was a blank room with a crib in it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought there was a
Uh,
weird little
Kind of
detail
whack.
about that scene is how Gemma had her back when Mark entered the room. Her back was she was crouched in a weird position, trying to take apart the crib. It was a very distinct position that doesn't make a lot of sense for the scene, in my opinion. If you look at it, she's kind of like hunched over it, almost like an old lady, or just on the ground in a weird position. And it seems like there's maybe some significance there, but I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna look at that too. See
that
what you're
yeah.
talking about here.
I
Yeah,
I just think there needs to be some follow up. You know, I'm hoping.
Well, I bet you Ephemeral Soup, the more you said you watched season one 5 times, I've watched it a lot too. Like I think I've watched it 6 times. Season two, I've watched 3 times. And the crazy thing is I've picked up on more and more details and connected stuff in a way that no other show I've ever watched.
Yeah, they
And I
don't
bet
they
you have that too, I
like
bet.
a single line. There's
are you
no
talking about how she
no
was on her knees?
Wait, she was like, yeah, on her knees, kind of in a weird position with her back towards where Mark comes in. But she kind of looked like she was having a hard time taking it apart. I don't know. It was just a weird pose.
Yeah, it was. It is kind of a weird pose. I can definitely say that. Let's get a screenshot of it to show everybody what we're talking about here.
It's just like her back and her feet behind her. I don't know if there's another matching scene that we see with
It's
Gemma.
crazy that both her feet are pointing in the same direction. Like you
yeah.
would think that her feet would like both of them would be pointing in at each other. Like
She's definitely
you know
doing
what
some
I'm saying?
advanced yoga.
You know how
Yeah,
you
I
see
mean,
your feet, you kind of you
yeah,
know
exactly. It's like, but we wouldn't know how to take that thing apart. Maybe there's some weird IKEA instructions that she's got to do some weird maneuvers, but
Those
I
those
don't
those
know.
those cards, like the Chikai Bardo card, the Ego Death card, look like those IKEA instructions are very simplified, like figures and characters. I don't know that that's not something significant necessarily, but I I I immediately thought of like instruction manuals when I see those cards, like instructions for putting together furniture, for
Yeah.
knocking out your own ego.
You know,
how do you interpret the
ideographic cards that are called, by
how
the
do
way.
you interpret the Cold Harbor being encoded on the box of the crib
Oh
way before
man, I did.
him
Yeah,
moving
that's another
everything
thing. I'm just like,
everything.
how
Some
did that?
sort of
What does
core
that even?
micro memory. It's like they're able to browse through his memory visually or something
And
and
is
make a
that like?
database of his brain.
Is
So
that
you're
like
saying that they named it Cold Harbor because that was
Yeah,
on
that's the
the
pose right
crib?
there. That's a weird pose.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
might
Like the
just be
way she's holding that pole. Is there some other thing we see in the show? Maybe we haven't seen it yet, but that's not a good shot if they're trying to do that for no reason, in my opinion. It's like it looks like she's already got it taken apart. Maybe she's trying to
I
pick it
think it
up and
look
attack him.
it's meant to make her look disheveled because like she
yeah.
gets up and uh
She
she
swings that.
picks yeah, she's picks it up like it's a weapon. You know what I'm saying? Like who the fuck is this guy coming in here? Like
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. It's stuck in my mind. Maybe I was just too busy looking at that, but
I just don't get the room being so important.
Yeah.
Like,
I
okay,
guess
so
trying to test like how strong the memory of her, losing her kid, and this is like a trigger. I get
well
that. But like, is that it?
well well it's okay. So first of all, this experience was Mark's experience with
Yeah.
not being able to put the crib together.
Yeah.
And he was the
Like,
one that was refining the Cold Harbor room. Okay,
yeah.
so those are facts. All right, so now let's look at some other facts. The clothes that she's wearing is the outfit that she had on when she left Mark that day when she went to go play charades. But that has nothing to do with the day with the crib and all of that shit, right? Unless it does.
what's
Unless
really weird though is this room is missing context. We're seeing it through one perspective, which is maybe any Mark's perspective. The room is completely blank. There's nothing on the walls, but in all of her memories, including the one with the bed, it was a complete scene, which we were led to
well, if
believe
you look at
were
all of the other
flashbacks.
well, if you
But I
look at
don't think they
all
were
of the
flashbacks.
if you look at all of the other rooms that she was in, like
Yeah.
all of the
They were.
other rooms, they had way more detail in them. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
just
why
for
would
this,
Mark's memory be white? A white
right?
room with this.
Maybe it was to get her to just focus on the crib to see if that would trigger anything. You know what I mean?
But like the
But what I'm
Yeah, that makes
thinking here
sense.
is that this any that becomes her is an any that is created from Mark's psyche. Like Mark is
Yeah.
creating this any that she is
Okay.
now.
There you go.
See what I'm
That's
saying?
a theory. That's a
Uh,
theory.
That makes sense to have it just be like a pure focus on the crib and the emotional connection.
right, because they didn't give us anything about Mark and Gemma's life having anything to do with flying in an airplane or anything. That had to be somebody else's thoughts, or that had
Yeah.
to be
The only thing
what
that goes.
room was the airplane room?
I
Um.
can't recall the name, but I remember that she had the done up hair like she was in the 70s, and Dr. Peabody's flying, hitting the ceiling, saying, "This is perfectly normal."
Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember any other names. I only know
Do you
Allentown
remember
is the
what
Christmas.
you don't remember what name? Does anybody know the name of the um does anybody know the name of that Drainsville
It's got to be a.
Ah,
of that
I
testing room?
remember Allentown, Drainsville. There's a lot of. There's one that was in
Allentown was
Russian.
right.
Allentown was the Christmas room, and Mark refined that, and that Christmas stuff was another Mark experience with there being a husband there. We did see in the flashback where they were sitting at the Christmas tree together. However, it didn't have anything to do with signing anything, signing any invitations or what
Nope.
was it? What was
Still
signing thank you letters or
hard.
shit
Or
like that,
Left-handed.
you
yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah, the left-handed thing. Can I ask you about this whole right ear, left hand, right hand
Yeah, that's an
thing?
Sure, go for
interesting.
it. Go
That's
for it.
a nice little little boat of symbolism there, because like with Christian symbolism, like you're on God's left hand if you're good, or something like that, like you're the right hand if you're good, and we've got the right ear sticking out. Like, wanted to ask you about that.
Okay, so in Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, they both speak and tell secrets in the left ear or
Right.
privileged information and knowledge. And so I just I just noticed that in that Ortbo episode that Irv's ear was left out like that, and it just
Yo,
didn't
bro.
with it
Speaking
being
of ears,
yo,
let's
pardon me.
just
No, yo, wait
so
a second.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, you know, damn, bro, you made me lose my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I just noticed
The
that they had his left ear hanging out during that episode, and I think it was also to help us figure out the fact that the Ortbo probably didn't really happen outside. Because I think if it would have been if they would have really been outside, Irv, I don't know if he would have necessarily froze to death, but he sure would have had some type of
yeah.
hypothermia. He had a red nose. He would have looked like he was in the cold, and nobody really looked like they were in the cold. They
Nope.
didn't act like they were in the cold. They weren't rubbing. They didn't when they came to a fire. When they didn't take them gloves off and rub them hands together, something's up.
Yeah.
With that.
I'm
You know
saying
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like like that
Yeah.
doesn't you know what I'm saying? Now, you could make an argument and say that maybe, they're innies and they don't really know how to act, but fucking
What?
cavemen knew to rub
You're,
their hands together at the
yeah.
fire. Like,
You're
you know
sure
what I'm saying?
they have basic knowledge of like things that exist in the world, like they have that like I would know how to ride bicycle. I would know what a bicycle is if I was an innie and somebody gave me a bicycle. I would know that it's a bicycle. Like they have a like awareness of actual things outside that they've never seen or encountered. So they would know how to shiver and how to how to rub their hands together to get warmer, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Like
especially if they're naming states like Delaware and Wyoming and
yeah,
shit like that. Like, yeah, of course. And so they didn't do that.
yeah.
No one like
I don't
Dylan
think they
would definitely and now here's another part. This is a part that we got to look at about the Ortbo episode. Um,
I wanted to touch on something with the ears real quick. I was
go
going to.
ahead, go for it. Now I'll remember.
So,
I'll put a pin in that while I roll up. Go for it.
okay, so I think Greg Dutchard in the chat mentioned that Drainsville was the name of the airplane. And we were talking about that ear symbolism and what all the rooms mean. Like we have the one room with Dr. Peabody doing the teeth, and Gemma comes out with a sore jaw. Then we have Drainsville, and she's in a turbulent flight. And what happens to your ears when you're on a turbulent flight or an airplane flight in general? They're going to pop. So I thought that was an interesting connection. Maybe all these things, these rooms are doing something to each of her senses, and that might be a possible thread to follow.
No, for real. Yeah, that's dope right there. Okay, so what I had put a pin in was the Ortbo when Milchick shows up. Look how fast it turned in the nighttime.
Biggest waterfall in the world.
You know what I'm saying? They're standing at the waterfall.
I don't think that takes place outside of the Lumen building. I think the Lumen building is bigger than Kier. Like
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think the inside. Yeah, and Mark and Helly even say something about a building getting so big that it became a country.
yeah, there
that'll
is no
probably end up being real too
outside.
in the end.
Like
Yeah,
the Audis are in and like the Audis are innies to even more out exterior Audis. Do you know what I mean? Like I think
yeah. Just
yeah,
like
I
you
think
have the micro data refinement.
yes. These are
Yeah,
just dolls of
they're
ex-
innies and they don't know it on some like Truman Show type shit.
exactly like exactly like that. They have built a world within a world within a world, and it's just like Russian dolls, those dolls that come with a little doll inside, and then there's another one inside those little tchotchkes.
Did they have
Yeah,
That's
Russian dolls in this show? Did Mrs. Cobell have Russian dolls in her old Salt's Neck place?
No, but I think Gemma may have had some in her office.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's where we saw the ants. I don't know if anybody read up on the Muppets slash ants connection, but there's really putting it short, there's a bunch of different kinds of ants throughout the Jim Henson universe, and
Hmm.
their stories like directly correlate with Lumen. Like there's an ant that works has a work-life balance problem and watches another ant driving around in a Ferrari, and then the ant that works gets stepped on and killed. And then there's another one where it's having a melon party. And if you read through all these Muppets wiki entries about the ants, you can like directly correlate each of these types of ants to the show. And I also heard someone say that severance is like a mispronunciation of several ants.
Oh shit!
And when you see the college, didn't someone say the college seemed real empty after
And
from
then
the
and
flashbacks?
then,
But when
listen,
it was crawling, it
listen.
was crawling with ants.
The name of the college is Gantz.
Oh my God.
Gee, ants.
You
I've been
know,
That's
researching all
crazy.
these different kinds of ants now because
they
Severance got me studying ants and Muppets.
they might just be punking us, really. It all could be a huge joke, but aren't you glad that it's there? Like these things are there. We can't deny it. Like even if it's one big joke that the writers are playing on us, like
Well,
they're
it brings you a childlike imagination as an adult show.
yeah,
Yo,
yeah,
but
that's what
what I was so all right, so about that episode, what was that in episode 4? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Episode 4, when it just like just this they had like a time lapse fucking sunset and shit, right? Did you peep that?
yes.
I
Hmm.
can't recall.
Let's
I went right to it. Damn. Check this out. Here we go.
see it.
Hold on. I went right to it.
Ants in my pants. Come on, let's go.
I'm so glad I
And
put my teeth in this.
there you go. I see it. The Beatles. That's like a Beatles shot there. Maybe that ants, they're the ants, not the Beatles. You
Watch
know the
this.
whole
Watch this. Here it is. Here it is. Can you hear it?
no no audio
No?
coming through. I hear like a
No audio. That's cool.
low
Look
volume
at
beep.
this. Look, what the fuck is this?
Audio's working now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. They were
And
not.
then all of a sudden it's just dark like that?
Yeah, I'm saying they were on set. Like they are in.
Plausible deniability and all the way they cut it and frame it and all this stuff is a storytelling
And the
trap as much
Ennies
as
wouldn't
a
know. The Ennies wouldn't know. They wouldn't know if the sun's supposed to go down like that
They would
fast
never
or not.
give me the sunset.
And how do we know
That's
that
the
it
thing.
wasn't okay? So the fact that they were check this out. The fact that they were in the daylight when they saw Milchick and started walking, and the fact that we see a time lapse and then we see them getting to the place when it's dark shows that it's not a time lapse. Like they just turn
Yeah,
it's like they
they
just,
just
turn the lights
they
down.
just set the sun. I totally
you got
agree.
to run that back again. I didn't fully catch that because there's so much stuff in the show where it's like photography that could be a storytelling a thing that's important to the story, but it also could seem like an artistic decision. But I think they do that intentionally as well. Could you play that clip again?
And they let you hear like a bird. You
Yeah,
hear like this little bird. So it's like, okay, that's not a time lapse then. Because
yeah,
the bird ain't sped up. Like
yeah.
Yeah, and the camera in the foreground, the way it's panning through the trees is very slow compared to how fast that sun is setting.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the Orc Bowl is definitely inside the Lumen building. I'm sure of it.
Yeah,
I'm sure of
like
that.
it's
I would
not
say Kier is
on the
entirety of Kier is in Lumen, and Lumen maybe in some obscure place in the world itself.
yes,
Yes. Yeah, I could see that. Like it's like Kier is actually inside the Lumen building and shit. Like
yeah,
not like not not like the outside part, right?
yeah,
The real Kier is like underground in this vast
yeah.
fucking
This is what I'm saying.
excavation. Yo, and I want to say something. There's another show about that. There's another show about that. That's in Paradise.
Severance
What?
is just
Have you seen
rife with
Paradise?
references to other shows. It's
Have you
unbelievable.
seen Paradise?
No,
You
but
gotta go check out Paradise. I only have seen the first episode, but okay, so it's I'm not gonna spoil anything for you, but it's like one of those presidential dramas,
oh
and
yeah,
then
It's on Apple TV, right?
no, it's on Hulu. And then
Oh,
at
okay.
the very end of the episode, there's a reveal where now this is kind of I'm not gonna spoil it. But the fucking reveal is nuts. It's pretty much this is a fucking Ortbo. Like, yo, I'm telling you, y'all gotta definitely check that one out. I've only saw the first episode, y'all. So those who have seen it, like, yo, shout out to y'all because I'm about to get on board with that. The symbolism, hey, and for those of you who have seen it, let's just talk about the first episode real quick. How about the eggs and pancake symbolism? Did you see the pancakes? Even the dude says swing batter, batter, batter. And he even says that he's talking about the pancake batter. And he's like, yo, okay, so there you have that unholy Eucharist.
maybe the
One,
whole thing is
Give
a
me that
commentary
pancake, no vesica.
on the
and then
corruption of breakfast in America,
mm,
because it's
and
not.
and then you have the egg references again. He wanted some pancakes, but his daughter was like, "Nah, we eating the pancakes. I made you some eggs." And he's eating the eggs. He was like, you know what I'm saying? I think he takes a bite of her pancake or something like that.
Man, and the price of eggs these days.
Yo, yeah. I didn't spoil it. I wasn't gonna spoil it for him. Zachariah says Paradise was actually decent. Golden Child said it's fire. Kia said it's fire. No context. What's good, sis? How you? In the building. Yup, it's on Hulu.
That's good
A
because I got
lot of people
Hulu
been
right.
talking about that show. Yo, Paradise definitely threw me for a loop at the end of that episode. I was like, holy shit, this is great. I love this. This like I'm not really into the fucking, you know, uh who died in the White House kind of bullshit, right? I'm not into that type of shit. And the whole time I was wondering, like, why are they in this place? Like, what the fuck? This doesn't look like the White House. This looks like some kind of like resort or some type of shit. And it was weird, like when you see the first, like it all makes sense. Like it all starts to make sense. Like right at the end of the episode, it fucking makes sense. Like, bam, you're like, holy shit, no shit. Then it even gets even deeper because like these people know each other on multiple levels, right? So it starts getting real woven and deep. Like, so I did start watching like the first couple minutes of the second episode, but it was really like the first couple minutes. Like I don't even know what's happening. Like I you know what I'm saying? Like, but I definitely want to get in tune with Paradise. Paradise is heat, y'all. Like y'all go check that out. With Sterling Brown in there. Yeah, he's killing it in that show for sure.
Well, you can bet if you do some videos on Paradise, I'll watch it so I can watch your videos.
Oh, no doubt. I'm definitely gonna I can see the symbolism is crazy. Like, oh man, like even the reveal had like this ill symbolism in it that like I'm like, okay, y'all really going in right now. Like, y'all are fucking playing with the gods at this point. Like, I am definitely going to talk about Paradise. And I'm going to make several references to Paradise when it comes to other shows. Because I seen like 30 of them when I was just watching it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah,
he's definitely
you
strong.
you don't miss a beat. You really don't.
You know, hey, Real, are either of you guys familiar with like Family Matters and Die Hard, like the old movies?
Oh yeah.
I heard this.
The Carl Winslow theories are crazy.
Yeah, you already know, huh?
Yeah, but you know one thing that they
It's
left out?
crazy. It's kind of like mind bending.
Yeah, they left out a big part that was his appearance in Invincible.
Yeah, I was typing in the comments trying to fit it in the character limit.
I was look what would you say?
I typed it in the comments before I jumped on, but I couldn't. You know, they only let you put so many letters per comment, and I'm pretty wordy, so I couldn't fit the whole thing in there.
Oh yeah, I tell you, they really went crazy with that show. Like,
But the cool thing about that theory is like if that theory actually has any relevance to it, the long story short is that Carl Winslow is the same character across three different shows, from Die Hard to Invincible to His Life and Family Matters, and they're all connected in this theory. That kind of idea of taking one character and spreading them across multiple different shows through similar sort of characters that are related through their stories, that kind of reminds me of what's going on with Helly and Severance and what her other movies are. She's playing this one that's like someone who murdered her
no,
husband or something.
they do that with all of them. They do that with all of the actors' movies are connected in some ways or
Like
another.
Beavis
And
and Butthead and Daria are in the same universe.
yes,
I never picked up on that until like this year. It's just a new thing to me I didn't
I
think about before.
I mean
I
all the way
wouldn't have
back
I
to
wouldn't have known.
like even the all right, so I don't know if you guys ever seen this thing. Let me look it up and see if it's actually on YouTube or something. It should be. It's called the Keanu File.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that
just think that's
everything is a
probably, if it's a common thing in Hollywood for them to do that with multiple movies and shows for the same character, I think Severance is going to do that doubly.
This dude
yeah.
had a
I love that.
GoFundMe. For, this dude had a GoFundMe for a book that he was doing. Like it was crazy. Hold on, I'm typing it now. Hold on, let me see. He had a GoFundMe. Man, what the Keanu Files? Man, I would if anybody know, man, if anybody in this chat knows about the Keanu Files,
Let's see if I
you
can
are
Google it.
you are an OG of the world if you know about this Keanu Files shit.
Here's what it says in the
It,
Keanu Files on Google. It says the Keanu Files theory is a conspiracy that suggests Keanu Reeves may be immortal, possibly a vampire or someone who has achieved extended life through scientific means. It's rooted in Reeves' youthful appearance and perceived sense of timelessness. Does that sound familiar or no?
Uh,
no,
sounds
Okay, I won't go on then. It talks about multiple identities, immortal vampires, and life extension treatments.
no, I don't think that's what it is. Hold on.
AI
I
fails me
gotta
again.
find this guy. You know what? I'm gonna tell you. I looked for this before. And I found it. And it's called the Keanu. I think it's called the Keanu Files. The Keanu Files, man. It is the most compelling, illest shit you have ever seen. And this dude, he drew it all. He drew it all by hand, and it was like a whole book of all of how his movies are
ev-
like telling the future and all of this crazy shit. It was ill. It was the
Oh,
illest.
that sounds familiar. Like the Matrix being the most obvious one with the
Well,
red pill and the
no,
blue pill.
bro, he goes all the way back to like Bill and Ted's and all of that shit, bro. It, yo,
That's so cool.
it's
I,
so
th-
cool. He
I think
wrote
that's
a
kind of like
good
what
ass
Hollywood
book,
does in general. They're telegraphing the future to us. I
and he
remember
seems so crazy.
when I was young, seeing all these sci-fi movies of like video chat and that being a really cool thing, and now we have video chat and all these technologies that used to just dream of in movies.
I love
Oh
this. I
my
want to
goodness.
know about
I'm
this.
looking for y'all guys go ahead and speak amongst yourselves while I look for this. I have to find it now. I have to find it. Go ahead, guys. Like I know, and Rick Rock, I know you can go ahead and give us a good long-winded Muppets
All right, well,
roundup
I'll
real
go
quick.
into the spy theory, but just first of all, to tie my spy theory into the Muppets, there is several movies in the Muppets mainline that is about Muppets doing heists. There's like a Muppets movie, it's about a jewel heist. There's the last Muppets movie that came out called Muppets Most Wanted. So just to tie in the Muppets connection, but just to expand a little bit on what I said earlier, if you think about Devin and Mark, the first time they meet, I don't know about anybody else, but I picked up on this weird sense that like, okay, are they dating or are they related? But it's definitely there if you go back and watch and kind of pay attention to the very subtle acting. It seems like there's this weird, I hate using the word over and over again, but plausible deniability that they might actually be in a relationship. And so, if they're going on a mission into this company that can split your identity and warp your memories, that's going to be a really challenging mission. And so, with what's her face, Devon, also known as Persephone or a person phone, uh, I think her job is to actually be a person phone for the outside world, so to know what's going on with the Audis. Mark is trying to figure out what's going on the inside, and then Ragabe is the neutral, that's the liaison in the middle. But I think, looking at the motivation for them to become confused, if we have Devon with Rickon, she might have grown accustomed and comfortable in the rich, wealthy life that she has inside this alternate reality to whatever world she might exist with Mark and outside. And likewise, Mark may have found a sense of purpose and freedom through the severance procedure, ironically, where his sense of purpose and fulfillment is coming from not only his relationships with people, but trying to find out a greater meaning. So I think that could kind of blur the lines of who they are if the spy theory holds any weight.
I like that. I mean, I definitely in the first time we see Devin when she comes over and she's like, "Did you forget?" I'm like, "Oh, this is his girlfriend. She has something big planned."
They always keep you second guessing, like, okay, what are they talking about? What does that mean? One thing or another thing, or both things, or all three or four? It's a really mind game, a big ass head game, as Dylan would say.
Yeah. That page 198 slap.
Yeah, well, in the season 2, episode 1 break room, when they're all talking about what happened in the overtime contingency, I'm still wondering what Helly meant when Irving said night gardener. Like, I tried thinking, what could that be? What's a job that's similar to someone who might resemble a gardener at night?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything, but I don't think she's lying. I think that she has a separate any Audi profile than the rest of them. And I think at some point in the future of the series, we'll see her sitting in her boring apartment watching a nature show and running into some person that's this night gardener. At least I hope we do.
I mean,
Someone
I
said it could be the bodyguard, but I don't think it's the bodyguard. I think she's got another house or something, or maybe she has maybe when they actually went in the overtime contingency, they were still inside Lumen. They just thought they left. And she actually has an apartment outside of Lumen. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the whole we don't know where Kier PE actually is. it could be like a, you know, a world within a world.
But
And
we know they're aware of the United States, so that puts some context to it that, okay, they know where we are. Where are they?
yeah, exactly. That's my burning question. Where and when, you know?
Maybe there's a certain kind of botany or gardening that takes place at night for some reason to do with animals or um, the environment. I don't know.
Or it could just be the way the show gets us to question whether that's Helly or Helena.
There you go. That could be it too. We could be just be like she's making it up, or she really saw it, or I don't. I
Yeah,
just don't take anything at the first time I hear it. I'm like, okay, my first instinct is to think she's lying, so I'm gonna see because that's such an obvious thing to explain. I don't believe it in this show. I want to read into it and see if there's
exactly.
actually more to it.
Yeah. I mean, they don't they there's not a line that's wasted. So, and I remember, you know, when the show was, you know, when it was airing, people were like, "No, that's definitely Helly. It's not Helena," you know, and I
Yeah, and
would love
they
to
do
see
a
them
good
pull that
job.
twice, you know, at the end
It,
of season 2 when, you know, people are like, "Wait, how is that actually Helly?" And I know Britt Lauer confirmed that it's Helly, but like,
and the same thing's going on with Mark. We don't know through the season if Mark's really his in ear is outie. Ever since he got reintegrated, we just don't have two names for Mark.
yeah, I don't trust any of them.
I think that's the intention of the writers. Just keep them guessing. That keeps it interesting.
Yes, it does. And we hope that, you know, if they punk us again, uh that they have a great, you know, reason to.
Yeah. Hey, Real, did you find that Keanu Files theory? Because
I sure haven't, man. I sure
I pulled up
haven't.
an AI overview of it here because I just put in the Google search Keanu Files theory, movies predict the future, and it gave me like a rundown of the cyberpunk and Johnny Mnemonic. But it's
Yeah, it
just
was Johnny Mnemonic. It had everything. It had Neo.
yeah, so the
It was
Johnny
talking about
Mnemonic, it says this movie is based on a short story by William Gibson. It's often cited as an example of Reeves' files theory due to themes of data, memory, and human machine interface. And that was in a Wired article, that specific source, the Wired magazine.
I can't. It's so crazy that the last time I found this thing, it was so hard to find, but I had found it, and when I watched it, I was like, "Holy shit! This shit is still hitting hard. Like this shit is still hitting hard like the first time I saw it. Like it was crazy. It had to be sometime around like '07 or '08 maybe, and I swear this thing was called the Keanu Files. And the guy was really like strange and weird talking and everything. He was like, "Yes, and it comes through. It comes through the mind of Keanu Reeves." And he
I
was
really
talking. He was
I
talking funny. It was funny as hell, but it was like it was so dope because it was nothing but pictures that he draw by hand, and it was almost like, damn, is this dude nuts or is he brilliant? Like, what
Was
the
it
or
a
is he,
YouTube
or is
video?
he Keanu Reeves?
No, he shows himself and everything in the
Oh, okay.
video. Like he,
So it was a
he,
YouTube video?
it was a YouTube video, and it was all. He also had a GoFundMe for it, and
Oh,
the
that's
and it was a
Mm.
GoFundMe page he had, and it was a video that he was using to try to get like people to donate. And I'm telling you, I was like, "Yo, this shit is bad ass." I
it's
mean,
like it's next degree, 6 degrees of separation of Kevin
it
Bacon.
if this shit should be like holy grail for Keanu Reeves fans. This would blow any Keanu Reeves fan's mind. And it was shown he was on some real enigmas and theory shit, real talk. Like he was connecting those dots. You hear me? I said,
Next
man, this
thing,
is crazy. I think I even donated to that shit. I was like, yo, I gotta throw some cash in on this.
now it's time to go through your credit card records. Like,
Man, I wouldn't be able to find that shit. That shit was back in 7
Yeah, I've
0.
been trying all sorts of searches on YouTube. I can't find anything.
Yeah, it's gone. I remember the last time I found it, it was so hard to find,
That's a
and
conspiracy right there. Who's
yeah,
silencing the
who
Keanu
silenced?
file?
Yo, somebody silenced the Keanu
One of the
file, yo.
first Google results says release the Keanu files.
Really?
Yeah, and there's like an if you just put the Keanu files in quotations, the video result that comes up says release the Keanu files, but I didn't watch it.
Let me see. It's bro, it's crazy. Hold on.
Oh, I love that
It
it's
said release the
explaining.
Keanu files. It says in the go to videos.
There's a channel called the Film Theorists from Film Theory. Neo isn't the only one in the Matrix trilogy. That's a big channel.
Yo.
Film theory.
9 years ago.
Matt Pat.
And he didn't have like any pictures of Keanu Reeves at all. It was only drawings that he done himself with ink, different color pens.
This
And
one has this
it
isn't
was
ink drawings,
sick.
but there's animations in here of like cheap animations.
I'm talking about this shit was sick though. It was like every page was like of a movie. Yo, Mandela effect. What if that? Yo, I'm telling you, they had to get rid of that dude. They had to have gotten rid of this dude's work. I don't know if they
This
got rid of him, but they
this
got rid of
video
him.
from
If
the
anybody in my chat knows you might be watching on the TV and you can't answer on the chat, find that shit and send it to me. Come back to this video and drop that shit in the comments. Like for real. That if anybody in here knows what I'm talking about, you will be like, yo, that was that shit. That shit inspired the shit out of me. We're talking like maybe 06, 07, maybe 08, maybe Obama era somewhere up in there. Like I was looking at that shit. I was like, wow, this is crazy right here. That was the first illest theory that I'd ever heard. I was like, yo, this theory right here cooks.
I
You
don't
know,
know if it's confirmation bias, but the more you talk about it, the more it sounds familiar to me. I don't know.
yo, there's something that humans have. It's called a collective consciousness. I believe that every species has this. Once people like talk about a thing or a certain knowledge
Manifest.
topic, that other humans will automatically pick it up because
Yeah, it's manifest.
okay.
Yeah, it's manifesting. I
Yeah,
agree.
it's been proven already. A scientist, I don't know the names of any of these scientists, but you could look this shit up. But I remember hearing the story. No, I actually read this story in a doctor's office or some shit, reading a magazine or some bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
heard it, like, you know what I'm saying? I used to just pick up the magazines and shit when I would be in the waiting room or something. But
I found a video
anyway,
called the Keanu Reeves Enigma, but that's only a year old.
oh nah, that's not it. But the article was saying about how um, um, a doctor actually in Australia was observing the monkeys on the beach, and they have these monkeys that live on the beach and they live in the areas around the beach, and they're all over the island, like as far as other side on the other side of the island on their beach they got monkeys too. And people started throwing the monkeys like sweet potatoes and feeding them, and they was telling them not to do that shit, but they was doing it anyway. And some of the baby monkeys had realized that they would eat the potato with the sand on it and everything. But these baby monkeys had realized that you could wash the sand off the potato. And so they started like these monkeys got smarter and started washing the sand off the potato.
Some rapid evolution right there.
And then all the way on the other side of Australia, the monkeys had started doing it as well. And the scientist was like, he was talking to the doctor, and the doctor was like, yeah, I observed them doing this. And the scientist was like, well, we just started observing them do that on our side of the beach as well. Like, what the fuck? He was like, no, like I saw them start doing this. And so they were trying to determine when these monkeys started doing that, because they know, these are guys that study these monkeys all the time. They said they never seen them doing that shit before. So then there was another study where some guy, I believe in Europe somewhere, I know that's very vague, but it was in Europe somewhere, and he created a painting that had some faces on it. And it looks like it's like 5 faces on the painting, but in reality, there's like 50 fucking faces there, like hidden on this painting. And so he showed it to a group of people, and they could only figure out like up to like 9 faces in there. And then they give these other people the answers and show them all the faces. And then they test another group of people. And then all of a sudden, this other group of people can see all the fucking faces, because the information has been given to a whole different group of people in another country. And they call this collective consciousness, the theory of a collective consciousness. And they're saying,
yeah, you put it out into the world and it manifests.
right, yeah, like when you have
cultural zeitgeist.
right. And so, you have this, each species has their own level of it. Like, this explains why all beavers, different types of beavers, build the same dams. Like this type of beaver builds this type of dam. This type of beaver builds this type of dam.
Well,
all birds have a collective consciousness, and they build nests, but different birds build
that
different
reminds me
types
of
of nests. Right.
some thoughts.
And
Some thoughts on language I have. Were you
and
done? I
we
don't
think
know.
that is and we have cashed this in, and we have thought all the time, we've labeled this as something called instinct, right? Like birds instinctively do this, or humans instinctively do that, when in reality we all exist on this like consciousness grid where we share information
It's like
unknowing.
DNA and memory can be historical. Like you can have memories of very long ago when you weren't alive.
Oh, absolutely. I believe in that totally.
I think that memories do stick with you, and even if
No
you look in
context
certain,
said real. I do know what you're talking about. What you talk? So you saw the Keanu shit? Don't tell me it's my homie no context that knows, because we about to get down to the nitty gritty if she knows where it's
I'm
at.
still searching. They
If
must have
you know
buried
where
it.
that video is, sis, send that shit to me on Discord. I'm checking right now. Oh
I've
my
searched
goodness.
2007, 2008. Now I'm searching 2006.
Yes, Petty Gibbs. It said the Akashic Records. That's exactly what we're talking about. I brought that up in my Last of Us video. I said that The Last of Us is HBO's installation to Hollywood's Akashic Records, if you will. Yeah. Oh yeah, Kia says generational trauma. And it's not just about trauma or anything like that. It's about things that we do every day. Like, every animal when it's born, it knows exactly what it's supposed to do, and it starts doing it the moment that it's living. It knows it. Even a baby, if a mother passes out in the woods giving birth to a baby, she'll wake up to that baby. It's made its way to her breast. You know what I'm saying? Like, babies know exactly what they're supposed to do, and they start doing it. See, it's when we have like confines like religion and things like that that come into play. Like no other animal needed these types of instructions, and they live in perfect harmony. The world is a brutal place. Like we're the only thing that like kills its food. Like, well, not the only thing, but we're one of the only animals that like try to like be easy on killing the food and all of that kind of shit. When
We're
You
also
know,
we're also the only species that like drinks other animals' milk.
oh, that's a fact. And then we also when you, well, not us, but when you look at other animals, mostly everything eats whatever it eats that shit while it's living. Like it will eat that shit while it's living. I seen a bird, big ass bird, eat a squirrel one time. That shit
Oh.
fucked my head up.
Yuck.
And he was screaming, and I was like, I felt bad as hell, but I was like, well, damn, the bird got to eat too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I
Well,
don't.
we're the only species, as far as we know, that thinks about thinking. You know, it's the awareness.
Metacognition.
Oh,
Do you know? Do you think like I don't know about that? I think other animals do think as well. Like I think animals think about their families and all of that shit. I think that I think that they have a language. I
Yeah.
think they're so in tune with their collective consciousness that
well,
they don't need to have so many words to communicate.
I
No,
have two cats, and I want to think that they are capable of seeing me as their as their family. And
Oh,
I
absolutely.
want to believe it. I want to believe it. I think
Oh,
I think it's
I mean, have you ever tested it? Have you ever brought someone in the house and said, "Hey, you call her and I'll call her and see who she
oh
comes to"?
yeah.
Shit like that.
One of my babies won't will knows when it's a stranger, and like, won't come out from under the bed. The other one is like, oh, this person is obviously bringing me food. No
Lauren
matter who
thinks
it
she
is.
found it. Lauren thinks she found it. Send it to me on Discord, Lauren. I'm out here. Well, I tell you one thing, if she's doing that, if she knows the strangers, things of that nature, then she's obviously made a discernment between the two already.
Yes.
So I think they go further into that. I think that cats know their families. I think they remember their mothers. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think they probably think about it in the same way that we do.
Yeah.
But
There's like an extra level of of contemplation. I that
uh-oh. Uh-oh.
we found it.
Aaron found it. Aaron
Oh,
found it. Aaron, shout out to Aaron. You win.
can we
You
get her?
win, sis.
Can we get
we gotta
Aaron
see
Aaron,
this.
you win. I'm trying to tell you. It's called the Keanu Code, not the
code?
Keanu Files.
There you go.
Hold on. And this shit's 11 years old. I
Put
told
that
you.
on.
Hold on for Hodor.
Hold on. Oh, that was 2014. Damn. I'm old as shit, y'all.
I'm
How
36.
old?
I'm
I'm 36
45. I'll be
too.
46 this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Hold
why
on.
you knew about all the audio components of the car radio.
Absolutely.
Oh, I see a
Absolutely.
Keanu code, an introduction from the channel BOG. Only 4.1K views. Is that it?
Yeah. So I told you, if you are an OG, if you know about this, and y'all about to see this here, right here on Real Enigmas and Theories, this shit is fire. I'm telling
It's
you.
only 6 minutes. Let's watch it.
Greetings, my most excellent amigos, and welcome to the Kickstarter for the Keanu Code. That's right, there is a code in the films of Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves, a code that reveals many of the secrets of the universe. While it's pretty well known that
Bro got Kylie in there and everybody. He going crazy. Look at the drawings and the artwork.
It's the
Oh
most
boy, going
esoteric.
crazy. I gotta start it over and take it back from the top. I told y'all
Some
he was talking like that. I couldn't remember
most.
what the fuck this was called for to save my life. Look at the
It's
detail into this shit, y'all.
the most esoteric piece of artwork I've ever seen.
I did not tell you that. Didn't I say that? I told you this is the most esoteric shit you ever gonna see right here. This motherfucker went in and he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Listen to this shit.
code that reveals many of the secrets of the universe. While Keanu... That's right, there is a code in the films of Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves, a code that reveals many of the secrets of the universe. While it's pretty well known that the movie The Matrix contains some deep philosophical and metaphysical ideas, even deeper teachings are hidden not too far below the surface of Mr. Reeves' other big blockbuster films, like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Speed, Point Break, and even Johnny Mnemonic. This Kickstarter campaign is to raise the funds necessary to complete the Keanu Code and print it for a price that will make it affordable for most everyone. By the way, hi, I'm Bo, a researcher, artist, writer, creator of progressive garden art, and aspiring cult leader. While I'm by no means an obsessed Keanu fan, I do have a background of study in many of the esoteric topics encoded into his movies. So when I began to notice certain peculiar symbolic patterns and references in Keanu films, I got curious, paid more attention, and was soon on the trail of a network of esoteric ideas woven throughout his blockbuster films in patterns that were way beyond coincidence. As I started to realize the profound wisdom and secrets encoded into these movies, I felt excited and kind of obliged to share what I had learned with the rest of the world. For years, I've been researching, writing, and illustrating this book, The Keanu Code, and now it's almost done, with over 300 pages and hundreds of illustrations. The Keanu Code covers many resplendent topics, starting with how Keanu has portrayed so many world savior type roles, from Bill and Ted to Neo and beyond, and then explores the good and bad sides of secret societies and how they're symbolically represented in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Point Break. Then, Chapter 4 looks at the teachings of Kabbalah mysticism and how they're specifically represented in the interdimensional teachings of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. The next chapter gets into the non-heinous connections between the movie Speed and the end of the Mayan calendar. Yeah, I know, that calendar officially ended back in 2012, but it's still totally important, trust me. From there, the book dives into the human bioenergetic system of the 7 chakras and how they're represented in the early Keanu classic River's Edge and Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. Then Chapter 7 explores various historical religious
7
controversies
chakras.
as they're cleverly encoded into the film version of Johnny Mnemonic. Chapter 8 looks at the many and kinda alarming connections between Keanu's movie career and the life and ideas of infamous 20th century occultist magician Aleister Crowley, as well as the magical meanings of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Then, in the next chapter, it's unveiled how the dog star Sirius is at the symbolic center of all of Keanu's career, from his folk rock band Dogstar to several dog character roles, key numbers, names, and other specific symbols spread throughout his films, like Ortiz the Dog Boy, Rufus, and Donnie Barksdale, for instance. And then it's revealed why Sirius is even key to understanding the significance of the 2012 end date of the Maya calendar. The final chapter focuses on the Matrix and ties up all of the loose ends of the book, and even gives a tour through the labyrinth-like secrets of sacred geometry that lies just behind the matrix of our seemingly real world. Also, there's another little bonus semi-chapter that introduces the how-to side of Keanu Code symbolism, the triumphant no-way neo-Dudist path of insightful philosophy, high-powered meditation, in-depth Qigong practices, super nutrition secrets, Kung Fu, and other ancient and modern teachings. Dude! Now the book is almost done. The writing and illustrations are both about 90% complete, and they're progressing forward every day. You can check out or even read some nearly complete sample sections from the serious Dogstar chapters at KeanuCode.com, and the basics of the no-way neo-Dudist path are shared in a pretty thorough way at neodudism.org. So I hope you've enjoyed this introduction to the Keanu Code and that it has, totally enriched your life. It would be most stellar if you decide to contribute to the campaign to make this book a fully triumphant reality, either by pledging for a copy of the book itself, or other items like the ebook, poster prints of pictures from the book, or other stuff. And yes, as you can see, we're also offering triumphant Keanu Code t-shirts, bumper stickers, and even totally bodacious No Way membership kits, and prayer flags. We could really use your help to make the completion of this book possible. It's cheap to support, and not only can you learn some of the great secrets of the universe, but you'd also be helping Keanu himself.
Yo, I'm trying to tell
Oh,
y'all.
but there's no KeanuCode.com. I just tried to go and it says there's no like.
Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. That's why I had a
Yeah.
hard time finding it and everything. And I had sent some bread to that shit. And I had, the Wayback
You got to
Machine.
try the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, the Wayback Machine. But yeah, I'm trying to tell you, yo, old boy was cooking on some whole other shit. He's right though. He had a whole team working on that shit. He had a whole team, like, but that's the shit that I'm talking about right there, y'all. So now you see that I'm not the only crazy motherfucker out here talking about this stuff. I'm just out here.
You're not crazy.
Yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, people be like, yo, you should see the people in the comments. At some point, I get all this love in the beginning, and then the haters come through. Like, it never fails. It's like, all this love comes through first, and then all the hate comes later. And by then, I'm just done watching the comments. I'm like, man, fuck them dickheads.
Yeah, listen, you can't let the naysayers get you down. They're really just there to, offer their shallow readings of the TV shows for entertainment value.
But you know what I've been telling them though? Sometimes I comment on there when it's a real fucked up, stupid ass comment. I
found it on the Wayback Machine.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I tell them thank you for watching all the time.
Yeah, right. They're still giving you views.
Let's see here.
So the first snapshot on the Wayback Machine is from August 12th, 2013. There's 2 snapshots of the website.
Okay, so it's like 2013. Okay. I might have seen it before. What is the look it up on Kickstarter, because I thought it was GoFundMe. It's Kickstarter. No Context said he's Rickin. Oh man, Rickin ain't got shit on brother. Rickin ain't got shit on homie. He said, "Hi, would you like to hear about Keanu Reeves?"
Oh yeah, I got a working version of the page up from 2014. It's got sample chapters, pictures, frequently asked questions, and it's got a picture of the book too with the same artwork from the video on the cover.
What year is that from?
This is 2014 because the 2013 one I tried didn't work.
Okay, it's one from before that too. Go find the one from before that. There's an older one. This one that we just now watched had a lot of like all that prayer flag shit wasn't in the one I saw.
Yeah, the 2013 version doesn't work when I tried grabbing those snapshots. That's why I went to the 2014 one's the first working one.
From now on, I'm gonna be like, Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another video.
in the Keanu Reeves voice.
Yes, we're gonna talk about the Kabbalah.
Only the real ones. Though. Oh man, now I've got a whole page with all sorts of stuff from the book. I'm gonna read this before I go to bed tonight.
Yo, send that shit to me, bro. Send that shit to me on IG, wherever, on IG, Discord, wherever. Send that shit to me on IG. That's easy.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that shit's crazy as hell right there, bro. Like, the book, it never came out or anything, bro. They put a stop to that. And I'm going to tell you something else. With this encoded shit that I pointed out about The Last of Us, they'll probably try to put a stop to it. They already hit me with a copyright strike, so I'm in pretty much, I've disputed it and everything.
Oh,
It's like,
really?
yeah, they don't want
Jesus.
everything that I've been saying about The Last of Us. They don't want nobody hitting on that shit. They
You
don't want
know,
nobody hitting.
there are so many places where
Sent the
like
link on Instagram to
conspiracy
your real.
conspiracy is like not appropriate, and it has like real world consequences. You doing an in-depth analysis and pointing out the symbols that are there and all the like hidden meanings that are clearly in the media, in the content that we're watching, that we're looking at, like it's harmless. Like they shouldn't be. It sucks that you're getting suppressed when
In the
there's so many
famous,
people saying crazy shit about the real world.
in
You're
the
looking at
words of the famous George R. Martin, he said, "When you tear a man's tongue out, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he may say."
exactly.
I've heard that one.
And when George R. Martin said that shit right there, he said some real shit.
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
definitely dropped the bomb on them, because censorship is crazy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Censorship is saying that you don't have the mind and the ability to think and discern from what you're listening to. And the
It's
crazy
not.
part is,
You're
some
not
people
pulling.
don't.
And yeah, that's true. And you're not pulling this shit out of like nowhere. It's not like it's like when I was an English major in college, and the first thing you learn is how to do a close reading. And so many people start
Night,
their close reading, outside of the
night.
text. You're not
Oh,
pulling.
you out? You out? You out? Rick
No,
Rock.
so, hold on.
Oh, I thought you were saying good
I'm still
night.
here. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off, sis. I thought he was saying good night to us. He said good night, good night. I thought he was trying to tell us good night while you was talking. My fault. Go
Oh,
ahead, sis.
sorry, I had someone at the door.
Okay, tell us what you were
Oh
saying,
no,
sis.
I was just saying, like, so many people like see things that aren't there, like that there's no, like they apply, you know their preconceived notions of something uh onto the text that they're reading or onto the show that they're watching. It's not like you're pulling shit out of nowhere. Like, you're looking at, you point out the symbolism, and 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 extract meaning from the show itself, or from the movie itself. Like, it's not like you're pulling the shit out of your ass. So anyone who hates on it is just kind of like mad that you saw it, I guess.
I want to say this about it. Like, sometimes I'm going to tell you, I strive to be wrong when I do this.
Right.
I strive to be wrong. I dare to be wrong when I do this. And that's for shock value. However, I try to keep my wrongness within the realm of what I'm talking about, so that
Yeah,
it might be right, right?
exactly.
And a lot of times it's there. And I can give you case in point, how I was pointing out the ear symbolism, and then the very next episode, you see Dylan cutting the left ear off.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
So
that's
And Irv,
people are just mad that you're like getting it right, and like looking at the details really closely. Like, Severance is a show that doesn't waste a line,
shout
or
out Petty Gibbs. I'm listening. They
oh,
don't waste. Yeah, they don't waste the line. They don't
so
waste the line. They don't waste the prop. They
yeah,
don't waste.
a
They don't
shot.
waste a shot.
There's nothing like to leave out. Like, they whether or not it's significant or like has a huge meaning, like that can be determined later. But if you're observing these things, and that's why I like your analysis the most. It's like you don't you don't miss anything. Like you're pulling out of the content itself. It's not
Yeah, we
you.
don't need a recap. All these other channels are just doing recaps. And it's like, yeah, I just watched the episode. It's good to like touch on the points, but I want to know what people think about it.
Yeah, and I
Right.
want to know if
And
I'm crazy or not. Like
And
seeing.
if you look at my Last of Us video, I gave you a lot about what I thought about the characters, the actual
Yeah,
adaptation from the video game to the live action. Like one thing that I have a lot of negative shit I could say about The Last of Us, but there's a lot of positive shit there, right?
yeah,
One thing that I think that they're having a really good time on is actually making the cordyceps feel like characters now.
yeah,
And they're making like, and I'm not talking about just like the runners or the whatever, the clickers, or I'm talking about the actual mushroom, the
yeah,
actual cordyceps. It's like,
yeah.
okay,
Well,
now
viruses are really intelligent. You think about like funguses and viruses and like the neural networking and the like
it
communication.
looks like to me that this thing, if it could talk, it would tell us that it's specifically trying to eradicate humans because of their destructive nature.
I mean, that's isn't that like the core function? Like, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I have. Yeah,
It's like it's trying to it's like it's trying to specifically eradicate us. I have a theory that the cordyceps followed Ellie after that stalker bit her. After the stalker bit her, I believe that the cordyceps followed her back to the encampment
yeah. Because
because
just because she doesn't get sick from the bite doesn't mean she's not. She doesn't like carry some remnant. It's like she doesn't mean she's not infected.
right, because what it is, her immunity comes from being infected.
Yeah,
You know, a lot of people think it's because the mom got bit um while she was giving birth, like right before she gave birth, and a lot of people think that
it's
it's
just a timing.
from that. I think that it's from the switchblade because the mom had used the switchblade to kill the infected, and then she used that same switchblade to cut the
Cut the
umbilical
umbilical
cord.
cord.
That's what I think gave her this.
Yes,
See, I like digging into it on a different level. Let's talk about it on a different level. Let's talk about these types of possibilities because
yeah.
that for sure would give a baby enough exposure to create and to create some sort of
Yeah,
antidote
exactly.
to
Just
protect
enough.
itself. That's the the stem cells right there.
Yeah,
The umbilical cord is full of stem cells. So now you're talking about, you know, what are those possibilities and how did that happen? I think it's a brilliant show. I think it's a brilliant game. I think they fall short because they're trying to make too many points. I think they're trying to scream too loud when they should just focus on making something enjoyable for everyone.
yeah. I agree. I
You
mean,
know what I'm saying?
they need to remember that they are HBO and we are here for the entertainment.
Right. I know neither way, like, shit piss or fart, HBO is gonna put some
Yeah,
symbolism in their shit. Period. Like you're
yeah,
gonna there and being how big HBO is, they're not just gonna put like some surface level bullshit in there. They're gonna put some shit in there that's probably telling you what's going on in your real world, or even better yet, what's going to happen in your real world because they know who
agree.
creates these shows. These are very rich people that have tens and hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal, right?
Yeah,
And
they have an overview of the world that.
right, they have some there, and they don't talk to the regular people.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? The
they
people
don't
that
actually.
they're talking to are the real movers and shakers on the planet.
Yeah,
They talk to the real motherfuckers that's running shit for real, for real. When you think it's these presidents and stuff, when it's not. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? It's not, they don't run shit. They
Yeah.
don't run shit. They are playing a part. I think that the whole thing is a reality show that we're bearing witness to. You know what I'm saying? And they play
You know,
together,
think
you
about
know.
Severance. It's not even like that far off at all from the reality we currently live in. It's done through a show and it's done in the cinematic way, but they have chips in the world that can control people's brains already with Neuralink, and they have
Yeah.
devices and technology which they can use to program us already, and people are
They
already working
program us
jobs they
already.
hate and have a split identity between their work and home lives. So it's like a metaphor to help us explain the age we're living in, rather than some sort of futuristic thing.
Let me
Yeah.
show
What
you
was
this.
that? What was that? That CIA programming thing that you
MK
talked
Ultra.
about?
MK Ultra.
MK Ultra. Yeah,
Yeah.
MK Ultra.
Operation Paperclip. Yeah.
Paperclip. I was gonna say Operation Peanut Drop, but I don't. I think that's like
But
a movie about an elephant.
dig this, right? They've already programmed us. We're all programmed, including myself. We all are subject to these programs that they've instilled in us since you could start absorbing them. You understand what I'm saying? They've
Yeah.
already trained our parents to pretty much put us right in the hands of a system that would mold us and turn us into a wooden block instead of a thriving tree, instead of a thriving plant. You see what I'm saying? They try to teach us what to think and not how to think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, this is how most of us are grown. Most of us are, the culture. Culture comes from the word cult. The
Yeah.
root word for culture is cult. This is where we also get the word agriculture. You know what I'm saying?
And the culture of a petri dish.
Right, the culture of a petri dish as well. And see, these words are definitely synonymous with how they relate to what is happening to us. We are being cultivated,
Yeah.
right? In this agriculture field. You dig what I'm saying? This
Yeah.
is why one of the programs is when you hear someone speaking like this or the esoteric symbolism, one of the programs is to automatically dismiss it and think that this person is bugging the fuck out. That's a program that person is, because most people, you got to understand the words that we speak and the words that we use and the words that we adhere to are an actual reality. When you think in your language, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever languages you have
I
learned.
was gonna say that earlier, for real, man, just like the animals.
Right. So when you think in these languages. So these words are definitely like a part of how you view your reality. And
Yes.
so the things that you believe, right? Well, believe actually comes from the word belie, which means to trust in something which is not true. You know what I mean? The word lie is right in the middle of the word believe. But see, the things that we so-called believe are the things that we actually trust.
Yeah.
You think you believe something, you trust it, right?
Yeah, it's not what you say, it's actually what you do, sort
Right.
of
You
thing.
don't believe anything. You trust
And
what you think you believe, right? So the
and
things
life
that
is
you actually trust all depend on how whatever you're absorbing stimulates your mind,
Yeah.
and
right?
that's why I'm fascinated by etymology, finding out the meaning of words, because
Oh yeah. Oh
language
yeah.
isn't one to one between, if you look at the Bible and all the translations, it's far from a one to one translation. And the way people think in one language is not how someone thinks one to one in another language.
Yeah.
Yo, so these words and how we look at them and the things that we actually trust that we call it believe, or so for lack of better words, I'm gonna use the word believe. The things that you believe are all due to how things stimulate you. Stimuli is the motivation, and if motivation is there, then behavior is there, right?
This
So
is
Yeah.
this is
so
a uh the central point of a great book by Ernest Becker called The Birth and Death of Meaning.
mm,
I think I can't talk this book up enough. It's like technically psychology, but it's also like a multidisciplinary look at at anthropology and and just the cultural significance of language and meaning and how thought manifests. I can't recommend it enough.
Well,
It's right up your alley.
it's a very primal thing, especially when you're talking about, like, when I said we look at what stimulates us is what we trust, right, or believe things based on how they stimulate us. Like if I was to say, you know, I have a bud of weed that is alive and it talks and it dances and stuff like that, right? That wouldn't stimulate most people. If I was to even take that further and say it can do work for me, it actually will come in here and it does this and that for me. It
Go
rolls
up
my
to the
blunts for me. It breaks up my other weed for me and rolls my blunts and all of this for me and all of that, right? If I was to say that, most people would not believe that, right? I'm not saying that that's true, by the way, guys. But if you say something like that, that wouldn't stimulate them.
No.
That wouldn't stimulate them. As a matter of fact, some people might ask you, "What are you smoking?" Right? Or what drug are you on? Give me some of
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
I think
But
Moses
So
that,
you're
was
not
burning a
talking
little bush.
that
about
statement is crazy. I'm gonna tell you why that statement is so crazy. Why? Because a drug is a stimulant. So they're literally asking you, what are you smoking that's stimulating you in a way that will make you believe such a thing?
It's like Dylan on those candies.
Right. So it's like this very primal
some
action that we
EMT.
all know. Like we all know, oh man, common side effects. Petty Gibbs is in the building. Yo, believe the lie, he says. Indeed. Indeed. Yo, so we look at these things and it's just this like very, it's almost like a motion, like a reaction when you believe something. You believe it based on how it stimulates you. Now, if I was to say that I had a machine that I could sprinkle the weed in and close it up and it's a rolling machine, you would believe that because that's something that would stimulate you more. You'd be like, okay, yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, I've seen the rolling machines and stuff like that before. My uncle had one or something like that. You would believe it because you've seen it before. That's the same thing with religion. And the reason why people believe the religion that they believe is because they have been stimulated by the words of it. And so that's why they believe it. You know, if we had a religion saying that there were, you know, flying puppies, flying purple puppies that spit cotton candy, you wouldn't believe that. That wouldn't stimulate most people.
Think of the term witness as in like seeing something or having it conveyed to you in a way that stimulates you. You
Yes,
know, idea of a witness.
right. It's a crazy notion on how we actually look at certain things. And I say all of that to say what we were talking about earlier about how like people tend to hear something and they just, you know, they'll shoot attacks at you. Like, yo, you're crazy. Like they'll listen to my video and be like, man, what's this guy talking about eggs? He's crazy. And you guys are listening to this? Why are there so many comments in this? This has got to be bots. They say shit like that in the comments, and it's like they never they never actually engage in the actual conversation of what I'm saying. They just resort immediately to attacks. And the reason why they attack is because they don't have an argument. They're just automatically programmed not to receive that or be stimulated by what that certain message is because of the other things that stimulate them. I mean, today we live in a world where people are actually having conversations and debates about the shape of the world and where we live and all of these different things are actual notions. You see what I'm saying? Of people stimuli. It's stimuli gone
People
wild.
are people are really hungry for finding purpose, and that's a purpose is a great motivator. But if you don't have purpose or a greater sense of purpose, it can really just take the life out of you, especially, for a lot of men, I feel.
Yeah, you know, I don't even I like the debate. I like the debate. I think it's healthy. However, what I notice is a lot of people are not even thinking for themselves. They're not even doing any of their own experiments. We live in a world where we're just regurgitating everything. from other
Yeah,
things that we hear.
you know what? It's like,
That's why I like old books that are in print from a long time ago.
Indeed, indeed. I like the fact that we can get old books in PDF form now today. The only thing I worry about is like them not giving us whole books and things. I'm looking at how a lot of books that contain valuable information in them are very expensive. Up $10,000 for this book or some shit like that. $500 for this book. And it's like,
yeah, and you have to have a special, permission to go to the library anywhere to find the
and
one.
check it out, and you gotta do, there's a lot of red tape for certain things. There are things that I've wanted to research, and sometimes I put the boots on the ground and I go and do that actual kind of research, because there are things that I like to find that are not something that you can find on the internet.
There
It's
was
I
a guy
remember
named
when YouTube
Terrence
first,
McKenna.
one more sentence before I land it, right? I remember when YouTube first started, there are videos that you can't find on YouTube no more. Like they've totally scrubbed
Yeah.
them. They've totally got rid of them. There was information on YouTube, like people were having some really serious debates and conversations and stuff on YouTube, and they're totally gone. Oh, and also some crazy shit that people have scrubbed off the internet as well. But it was around 2005, 2006, somewhere around then. And I even remember some of these things being talked about in the mid 90s, like around the time of what was it, AOL chat, the AOL online shit
Oh
with
yeah.
the CDs that you put in the
Handwriting.
computer so you could get the internet and shit like that. I remember
Oh yeah.
motherfuckers from back then talking about some of these things. Like I've been a student of this since I was 13, guys. Like, and I've always been inquisitive since I can remember. But yeah, I'm gonna land it right there. Go ahead, fam.
Oh.
You there? You there, Rick Rock?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was gonna say there was this. I had a couple quotes, but there's this old philosopher that was really into psychedelics named Terrence McKenna, and he talked about this concept of reading the oldest books and going to the most faraway places and talking to the people that nobody talks about to find out information and things that, because if you only read what other people read or view what other people view, you can only really think what other people think. And he had this quote about reality, and I
Hmm.
really like it. It's what we call reality is in fact nothing more than a culturally sanctioned and linguistically reinforced hallucination. But
Indeed,
with
indeed.
that, I gotta drop out though.
Okay, okay. It was great having you as always. I'm glad you came through. We've been rocking for almost 3 hours
Yeah.
anyway. You
This
know what
was
I'm
For sure.
unexpected. I really appreciate you guys letting me practice speaking with my dentures.
Hey.
Oh, you sound fine.
Y-
Oh,
yes,
great. I'm so
yes.
glad.
I'm glad you feel comfortable with fam up here like that. I love it.
I
I'm
have
glad you
never
came
ever
through.
participated in anything like this in my life, and I've been on like on social media since I was like 15, and this is the most engaged I've ever been. So it's nice to have like this common thing that I can come to. But I really appreciate I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for
Oh, okay.
same for me. Like before I jumped in, I was watching for months, but I was like too afraid to come put my voice on here. But I just said, I was super nervous the first time, and I'm still a little nervous, but I've really enjoyed jumping on these.
Yo, these are dope. You know what I'm saying? These are dope. It's good to have these conversations and talk about these things. I love a show like Severance, and this is why, is because it can take you to so many different levels of conversations. This is why I cover shows like this. This is why I, spend my time dealing with these types of shows, because they will have you approaching them in a cerebral way.
And talking to
And
people you never may have talked
and talking right, and these shows are capable of bringing such dope people together to have these types of conversations. I can't say that enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm astonished on like how the brother just came through and talked about the Muppets the one time in the chat,
right.
and next thing you know, where he's up here, we're talking about Muppets, And it's one of those kind of things where it's like he's fallen into this rabbit hole. And he's like, hey guys, he's screaming out the rabbit hole, like, hey, come on down this rabbit hole with me. And we're
Yeah.
all for it. We're already like, everybody's like, hold on, let me-"
Otherwise, we would have thought we were crazy.
right? Yeah, something that he's seen in this television show, and at this point, it's pretty undeniable.
Yeah,
Like
this is what I'm saying.
it's undeniable. But what he has sparked my mind to has sent me down a rabbit hole as well. I've noticed some things, and it makes our Muppet theories different, which is the beauty of it. My Muppet theory has become totally different from his Muppet theory now. But the Muppet theories they meet. I experienced this last year with with Taryn. Both of us saw the esoteric symbolism in From, and some of our symbolism was the same. Like we were matching, like, oh, you caught that? I caught that as well. Look, I talked about it in this video. He's like, yeah, I've been talking about this, and so we a lot of our stuff is the same, but our theories are totally different. Like
Yeah,
his theory takes him one way, my theory takes me the other way.
but
But
the
where we
clues are
meet,
all there.
right, the clues is where we meet at. Like you see it in this way, and I see it in this way. I think that it's esoteric symbolism. You think that it's actually a part of the narrative, and I love it because he's created pretty much a fucking story out of his theory. I mean,
Yeah,
like, what are we talking about here? And From was able to, and this brother is a New York Times and Sunday Times best-selling author. And I met him because I was covering a television show on YouTube that and you know what I'm saying? Like the same thing with Carnivore Today, my man Adam. We met in LA. So it's like, oh, okay, this show can literally bring people together. All of these shows are like this. The Last of Us does it. This phenomenon is not anything that I'm discovering because people have made, conventions based on fandoms like Comic-Con and stuff
yeah,
like that. So this is not something that I'm just noticing myself or just realizing. People have realized this and capitalized off of this. But my form of
yeah.
capitalizing off of it is actually jumping up here on these live streams and building with y'all, talking to y'all like one-on-one. Y'all get to hear my videos and stuff, but here I am. I'm talking to you right now. I dropped the
Love the
code.
video.
You see what I'm saying? But here we are rapping, we're talking, we're actually going deeper. So you know that it's not just like some dude typing up some shit, Googling some shit, and making videos out of some shit that I'm Googling. No, like
Watching it once.
right. You can hear it in the way that I talk, the things that I talk about, the things that I can go right off the top of my head with. Like, yeah, this guy does know what he's talking about. This guy does study this shit to a certain level.
Yeah, we love
I'm
it.
the first to tell you that I've never gone to school for any of this, actually. Um, my schooling is in music merchandising, and that's where
Wow.
my
There you
expertise
go.
is. But me doing what I do is just something that I've been doing. You know what I'm saying? I love it. You
And
know?
it's well researched. You seem to know your stuff. It doesn't matter where you learned it. You have the right technique.
Don't get me wrong. When I notice something, I do Google it and make
Make
sure
sure,
that
yeah, that it's
right,
not.
make sure that I'm hitting you with the right information and not just going off the head. Because sometimes I'm only human. You know what I'm saying? And so I could
Yeah.
get things
No,
wrong.
you know your stuff. It's
But there
clear.
would be no way that I would be able to notice it if I didn't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't even be able to see it. Like, and somebody asked me, was my channel a AI channel? I've never used AI for my channel. I've never
How would
used
they think that? You
they
don't
said,
sound like AI. There's like a distinctive AI sound that's like
yeah. I don't know why they said that. I think they might say that because of my mispronunciation of words at times or something like that. Because
okay.
AI does that. But one thing that I noticed that AI says is Lumen. When they say lumen,
Yeah.
Lumen.
Yeah.
And like I've never said Lumen, so I don't know why they think I'm an AI voice or anything like that. And I definitely
Yeah.
don't get
There's
my
a
script
very
from AI. You know, There's
a
no
really distinctive sound to the AI.
yeah.
Voice. Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
there's no way
That's
that the
weird.
AI can watch the fucking television show for me and point out the things that I'm pointing out. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
what
That's
do
so
you mean
silly.
AI?
All right,
Nah.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you for
Thanks,
coming up.
thank
I
you,
appreciate you
everyone.
coming up
Thank
as
you.
well. I'm gonna rock out for a little
Thanks
bit
for
more
listening.
before I close out. Yes, yes.
We'll see.
Anytime.
Looking forward to the next videos.
Please, please. Yes. What more Severance content coming? And Aaron, thank you so much. She became a member. Yes. Listen, thank you so much, Aaron, for the save with the video. Cause I was out here looking crazy talking about a guy and Keanu Reeves and all this shit, and I could not find it. I could not find it. It's 3 o'clock where I'm at. It's 2 o'clock in Chicago. What time is it where you are? Let me get a chin check real quick. Late stream, it's 9 in the morning. Wow, where are you at, Sideways Stewie? 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. for me, 3:04 right now. 3:04 on the East Coast. We got 63 people in the building. Much love to everybody. 66 people in the building. Much love to everybody here. Everybody here that is supposed to be here. That's what's up. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. 3 a.m. in Philly, 3 a.m. Ohio, 3 a.m. in VA. Okay, we got the East Coast in the building. It's 1 a.m. So she must be somewhere around like Phoenix or some shit like that. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aaron, for real. That video was crazy, y'all. Oh, full pyramid. Oh, no doubt. You can come up here with me before I cut out. I'm gonna cut out soon. We've been rocking for like 3 hours. I usually don't do the long streams like that. Anybody could come up if y'all want to before I cut out. You're in the Netherlands. Amsterdam. Okay, that's what's good. Yes, LA as well. Okay, Greg, what's good? What's good? Greg in
Hey,
LA.
what's up?
LA. What's going on, bro? Thanks for joining.
Good, good. Thanks for having me. Oh man, I was gonna say you're talking about that From show. I haven't even watched any of it, but I was in another Severance channel, and this girl like that runs her channel, the guy who plays the King in Yellow or whatever, that yellow guy, he's like straight up hangs out in her chat and like joins her live shows and shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, yeah, the man in yellow. Yeah, I've seen him on many different streams and stuff. He gets
Yeah,
around. He
dude, I
does.
was like, yeah, this guy's hell of a big Severance fan. I was like, dang.
Oh, he's a big Severance fan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's dope. Like, okay, so the man in yellow in the show, I have a problem with the season 3, but the man in yellow coming in at the end, the job that he did, the scary vibe that he brought, I love that. I love that. But the rest of the ending, it was very lazy to me. The reincarnation and shit like that. Just go watch the show, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing lots of good things, but it was like one of those things where it's like everyone keeps saying, "Oh, you got to go watch this show, you got to watch that show," and so I felt like there's so many shows where everyone's telling you to go watch it. I'm like, "Oh, I'll get to it when I want to." You
What are
know
you
what I
watching
mean?
right now?
Yeah.
What
What
are
am I
you
watching
watching
right
right
now?
now? Yeah.
Right now, I'm just gonna go back and rewatch season 2 of Severance. That's really my plan right now, because,
I'm gonna
like,
I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like
yeah,
I might watch The Last of Us, but I think that I should focus on my Severance content because my views ain't really hitting on The Last of Us. And I don't care about the views. But
yeah,
if I'm gonna put that much research and vibes into my videos and stuff like that, I'd rather do it for a show that I'm actually more passionate about than
for real.
because I don't care about the views. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And I know
absolutely.
that the views wouldn't be that big right now anyway because Severance is over. So I'm not caring about that. So in other words, if I'm gonna get a little bit of views, I'd rather just get a little bit of views with Severance. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of focusing on the Last of Us, I might talk about it here and there. I've laid down the groundwork for talking about it. I can watch the
Right.
episodes and maybe talk about it in a joint. But there is so much like me just sitting here thinking right now and being back inspired again, once again by that video of the Keanu code, right? When you guys, if y'all go over there and watch that video, in the comments say I'm here from Real Enigmas and Theories. Because hopefully that video blows the fuck up.
Let's
It
get it
only
trending again.
Yeah, let's get that shit trending again. Because we want the book, yo. We want the book. We want the book. I remember sitting there with a green dot money card, putting money on that Kickstarter. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I remember doing that. And there was one before that. I remember saying, like, yo, please, like, I want that book. Like, I definitely want to see what he's talking about the Keanu code. And something that No Context said earlier, I didn't get a chance to highlight. She said, bro needs to update that book by now, for sure. Because he's been in so many more movies. And I bet you whatever he was saying about the Keanu code still stands true with the movies that he's been in since.
Right, yeah. Well, like our Muppet Man was saying, is like I go to these channels like your channel for the deep dive. Like I don't need the basic synopsis. I could think of that on my own, and that's why that Keanu video was like so intriguing. I was like, man, we got to see if we can find that page somehow. That old site.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, that is crazy. That it's so crazy that never came out. And I mean, I was waiting on it too, yo. I was waiting on it, and I think that was like his second time trying to put it out because when I saw it, it was mostly like different. It was mostly like different inks, and most of them were black and white. But the one that I just looked at had more pictures in it and everything. And he went deeper and told you what each chapter was going to be about. And so, yeah. But the other one, he just went really deep into the Bill and Ted connection and how the Bill and Ted pretty much prophesized him being in the Matrix. And Bill and Ted is like an 80s, early 90s movie. So how the fuck did he talk about the Matrix when, like, yo, so it's a fire ass, it's fire. It's definitely fire. Like the Matrix wasn't even in production. Like, so in other words, it was in production or it was a part of the plan. And all of these shows and everything that we're watching is probably a part of some plan, part of some bigger overall picture. You know.
I have some theories on that. Like I feel like there's been a lot of hinting at like Russian subversion and stuff in shows lately. Even in oh my gosh, you were just talking about it with Vecna. What's that? I can't even think of the show's name right now.
Stranger Things, yeah. When they the
there
other
there's the
portal,
whole
the
Cold
portal was
War
open over
aspect,
there.
right? And like
Yeah.
there's a little bit of that hinted in Severance too, I feel.
Oh yeah, there's with Gemma being a Russian lit teacher, and also in The Last of Us, there's a book sitting around that's like a Russian painter book or something like that, and I was noticing that too. I even oh man, I wrote it down somewhere. I know I didn't write it down. I just actually looked up the author and
Hmm.
Russian painter, and I was like, damn. So why they got a Russian painter's book sitting there? And I believe that this book was in season one.
Right.
So and there was a couple other books and stuff like that. A lot of things actually have been reaching out and like having some sort of like Russian overtone and stuff. And we see a lot of Russia talk in our, in our real world and all of that shit too. And I
And then
mean,
there's the Ortbo experience. They're in the Russian outfit, right? But
yeah, they were in those Russian outfits, which was crazy as hell. Absolutely.
so talking about Rickon a little bit and his chapters. So like I was listening to the audiobook again, and I came across a section where he's talking about a dream he had, and he's talking about seeing Florence Nightingale, but then he says like she explodes into blood, and I'm like, what the hell is that dream about? And then I started thinking, wait a minute, did Rickon describe actually seeing Woe, like the bride? You have to read that
Ah,
passage again, dude. It's really crazy when you read it.
yo, so what did y'all think about what I said about this? The different woes. Did you see the
Like with
two
the
different
painting.
woes? Yeah, with the painting. What do you think about that? Why
There
did they
has to
do
be
that?
something there. Like, why would they depict it twice like that? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. They depict it twice in the same scene. In the same scene. Hold on, let me share this to y'all. In the same scene, they depict woe differently.
And
Okay.
it's in the final edit, right? Like, it's not like
Yeah, it's in the final edit. So when Mark gets off of the elevator and they're showing us the painting from his point of view, they show woe looking like this. And then they show this, the whole painting, after they showed like they go through all of the characters and shit, showing us the different shots of the characters, and then they show us the whole painting, and then look at whoa, she's like a ghost. Now this leads me to believe that yeah, this is in some way connected to Irv. And a lot of people had this theory that I thought was crazy as hell or not real, like that Irv might be the painter of the paintings that we see on the severed floor. And now this actually helps that make some sense. Um,
right. Because I've heard that theory a little bit before too, where people are like, "Oh, did they reset Irv in the past?" And honestly, like with these paintings, and I'm thinking they all have a similar style. Like, there has to be some weird thing where he like you guys said, he was
was
there for
reset.
nine years now or something,
Yeah.
and
I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's so obvious. Like, and they showed it to us purposely. What is that? How did that happen? That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. Not only is it in the final edit, it's in the same scene. It's like they're like this 2-3 seconds apart. So what is going on? What is actually happening? What did they do? Did they take the time to actually change the paintings? How the fuck did they even shoot this? I
I mean,
mean,
they say Lumen's like always listening, right? So
the answer could be in the edit. I mean, it could be in the edit, but how? Because he this was him walking off the elevator. I mean, they could have edited like this, but why? I don't know. I don't get it. It means something. And the only thing that I can think of is it being connected to Irv, because Irv is the only person who we know actually saw Woe. And
right.
when he saw her, this is the vibe you got. It was a ghost of some sort. And it was looking, this looks like, this looks more like a, the dancer, one of the dancers.
That's like the mask that dancer
Like
wore, right?
right. Yeah. This like one of the dancers. This looks like what Irv saw, like a more creepy looking motherfucker, like you know
It's
what
like
I'm
this actual spirit or like the succubus or whatever it is, right?
that
That's like,
he saw in his dream, right? And
yeah.
the only person that I could say that's in this thing that Irv didn't see would be the mammalians, nurturable people, Natalie, and that's it. And no, Rickon and them, these are people that Irv wouldn't have seen. Rickon, um, the MDR, replacements and Ricken's friends back here.
Hmm.
You know, he knows Brainer. He knows all these people here. Casey, Milchick, Miss Wong. He's seen those twins. He knows about the four tempers probably more than any employee in his radius. You know, he heard about the goat people. He heard about this guy. He heard about this goat man. He didn't. He probably didn't hear about this goat woman, or he probably did. Yeah, because they came out of mammalian surgery through a herb scene, so they could have talked about it. They could have told him about it. They could have told him the whole mammalian surgery thing. He would have information about. Mark could have told him. Yeah, Mark did tell him about Rick and being his brother and stuff like that. Okay, so that clears that up. Mark told them the whole story about how what happened when he was, he said that he was at a party with, not a party, the book reading, and, I don't know, all of this information that could have came to her, but the only thing that really ties this to her is this quote, because I looked at it and I was like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, because like nobody else should know what that looks like, what the real woe looks like, I guess, unless you've
Yeah,
dreamt about her.
unless you dreamt about her. So what the fuck is up with that?
Hmm.
I'm asking the question like I don't have some answers and stuff, but it's coming in a video. We're gonna talk
Yeah, I
about it.
mean, I'm waiting for that video because like I'm not sure where I lean on it, other than like I feel like there's almost like some level of like I don't know, like precognition or premeditated. I don't know, like they planned for all of this. Maybe I don't know. Like just like they've been pulling the strings, right? So
Yeah, I believe that. That's been my theory since my very first Severance video. Since my very first season 2 video, is that Lumen has been planning this shit. Because they're listen. I'm gonna tell you what gave me the clue right away when they showed that stop motion animation and it showed Mark and Helly in that control room fucking with shit. I was like, oh, y'all knew the whole time. And then I said to myself, if they knew, why didn't they tell Cobell and Milchick that they was planning to do a OTC and shit like that? Why didn't they tell them? They obviously were listening to everything. Let's burn this mug place to the ground. All the different
right.
things. You know what I'm saying? So they obviously knew. Then what do we get in episode 7? They show us that they got macro data or micro data refinement downstairs on the testing floor watching every single move they make. And we don't know how much they're watching. We don't know how much they're watching, or we don't know how it extends. Even the stop motion shows us that the building has eyes that popped out the fucking wall. Like, so that to me, that's saying like, yo, we looking at every motherfucking thing you do in here. You can't do you. We know what your asshole look like. If you sat on this toilet and took a shit, we know what your asshole looks like. Lumen got cameras every blood clot where.
Dude, I'm like I don't know if I want to use their restrooms anymore.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you. Yo, what if we live in a world today where there is no place that is not seen?
We're
What if
getting close to it.
what if that's our reality now? Like what if we think we're getting close to it and it's been like that for the last 50 years? Even before the technology and everything that we think we got in front of us. Like what if this shit has been like way advanced and it just doesn't look like it to us? It looks like we're catching up to it. Look at how rapid the last 50 years of technology has been. I'm not 50 yet, but look at the last 50 years of technology and how I mean, we went from speaking on the phone to walking around with the phone, and everything is inside your phone. You got a flashlight, calculator, a encyclopedia, every fucking thing's in your phone. Your bank, that's look at how fast technology has amped up.
Yeah.
So what if so it would only be safe to say that at least the last 30, 40 years we've had what we have today, we had 40 years ago. At least. If you could take a picture right now and send to me, I mean, what? Aaron sent me a link to a video I'm talking about in a live stream. She looks it up, finds it, sends it to me. Boom, I'm able to play it for y'all. Like, if you would have told me that we would have been able to do this when I was a teenager, I wouldn't have fucking believed you. I'd have been like, nah, it ain't going to be that serious. It's probably going to be like where we can talk to each other. I was thinking the movie The Net with Sandra Bullock. Have
Yeah.
you ever seen that movie? I was
It's been
thinking
a
it was
minute.
I was thinking it was probably going to get like that deep.
Right.
I was thinking like the movie Hackers with Angelina Jolie. I was thinking there. I was not thinking what we have today, bro. Like what we have today is way crazier than what the movies was telling us we was going to have. We got
It's
chip Neuralinks in the brain, all kind of shit like that right now.
Yeah, the technology is kind of interesting. Like it almost seems like we're halfway in between like what we've prophesied or not prophesized, but we've like theorized or science fiction writers have thought up of ideas like that. But we're almost like somewhere in between, right? Like
Yes. Oh yeah, Sideways Stewie says, you don't know the orphan trains? Do I know the orphan trains? Yes, I know the orphan trains. The orphan train? The orphan train. Just heard Tartaria ones. No, not at all. The orphan trains, I'm hip to the orphan trains. I'm hip to just the orphan time period when the Earth's population had about 60% orphans. I'm hip to the Cabbage Patch Kids. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm hip to that. There's a Mind Unveiled rips heavy on a lot of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love looking at that. The Muppet Man. Yeah. Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah, I'm very hip to that. Very hip to what's going on with the Garbage Pail Kids, the Cabbage Patch Kids. What you know about the Garbage Pail Kids is just as mythic as the Cabbage Patch.
elaborate on that for me a little bit. Like, I mean, I know those things, the terms you're saying, but like, what's the link here that I'm missing?
Oh, the link here that you're missing. Oh, well, if you know, you know. Well, pretty much put it like this, right? Like there are different possibilities of our actual past. There are different possibilities of our actual past than what is commonly taught in most schools and things of that nature. And the crazy part about them is that a lot of this stuff is actually observable. You know what I mean? And you have people that argue against some of this stuff, and you know, and some of them make good arguments, some of them don't. Some of them, fall short of a real argument. It's more of like you know, I need your this isn't peer reviewed. You know what I'm saying? When like the peer review system is like saying, okay, let me write something that science says is not true and then give it to science people so that they can say that it's not true. And it's like your shit could be right, but if you don't go through this certain system of like getting your stuff peer reviewed and everything like that, the peer review shit is a scam because people can be paid not to give you credit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Science can be compromised. And we've seen that many different times. We've seen it just recently. Just the last 5 years, we've seen it, that science can be compromised. We've seen it so many times throughout the past that science, back in the day, doctors used to tell pregnant women that cigarettes were healthy for them.
Right. There was like a back in the 50s, there was like a study that came out and it was like, "Oh, sugar's good for you." It was like, "Get out of here."
Yeah, like I mean, all types of shit. So like this, I mean, science can be compromised way back when, then it totally can be
Yeah.
compromised today when there's way more money floating around this motherfucker. Like, come
Well,
on.
like you're saying with Lumen Industries and Kier is he was probably a snake oil salesman, right? Because that's isn't that where like original doctors kind of started from? It was like partly nefarious, but partly not, and then but
Yeah,
of
it
course
was
people,
mostly
of course you
nefarious.
have bad actors and all this stuff, no matter what. But
Mostly nefarious, and you had a very few that were in most like rural areas of. You had this one kid who grew up to be a doctor. His pops was probably a doctor. He's a doctor now.
hmm
Family that was really out there trying to help people heal broken bones, sew shit up, find out when you was sick, do certain tests on you, come to your bed where you lived at your house. You know what I'm saying? Then you had these snake oil motherfuckers who would attach
yeah,
themselves to like circuses and things of that nature, and they was making way more money than the guy that's coming to doing house calls and shit. And so they were able to buy politicians to create laws to protect themselves. They were able to get in bed and they were able to create big pharmaceutical companies and stuff like that. Look at the drugs that we get today, the pharmaceutical industry today.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So the pharmaceutical industry today, like, they are able to, that is totally a political thing. They deal with politicians. As a matter of fact, a lot of politicians, after they stop being politicians, they go to be boards members on these pharmaceutical companies. So how you
or
go from,
like
yeah,
lobbyist firms and stuff
you're
like
a
that.
lobbyist firm that, yeah, this is
Yeah,
an actual fact. I'm not no conspiracy theorist or none of no shit
you
like
know,
that.
this is all
This,
out there. It's
yeah,
easy.
this is shit that
Yeah,
you could just go look up and see. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, these are the motherfuckers. If conflict of interest were a group of people, like what the fuck? Like these people are conflict of interest all over the place. The FDA is a conflict of interest. The Food and Drug Administration. Like, how come the people that get to govern the food get to govern your drugs? Because they could just be passing fucked up food so that you end up having to take their fucked up drugs. Like, and that's what we see right here in America, where most of our foods are banned in other countries. The shit that you find in the middle of the
oh
grocery
yeah, like the
banned.
processed stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, not just the processed stuff, even the meats and the cheeses and stuff too, because
yeah.
we give our cows these antibiotics and shit like that that they don't they are banned in other countries. You're like, no, you don't give that shit to our beef. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna give that shit to our cows and chickens and shit like that. Y'all keep that shit over there in America. You know what I'm saying? This is American shit. Y'all keep that shit over here. This is why y'all motherfuckers is unhealthy. Y'all get paid off of the sick people. Y'all want to keep the people sick and blah 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 blah. See, we talking some shit. See, severance is bringing that crazy shit out of us.
Now you were saying about like how getting your stuff peer reviewed or say things that are considered out there. Like what are your feelings about Bigfoot? Because I would say I'm a Bigfoot believer, but I feel like there's plenty of Native American stories and also people's stories and just the footprints and all sort of sightings and things that to me suggest that there is something out there.
Now, here's my thing about Bigfoot. I do not believe in this romanticized version of Bigfoot. I believe in more of what the Native Americans said.
Right.
I believe more of the native people. I don't think that they were just making some shit up. No, I don't believe what you have to and to me, you got to be a conspiracy theorist to think that these people who don't have any kind of radio, television, or any of that bullshit or any of that type of thing were making this shit up. You know what I'm saying? You
And
got
there's
to
a lot of similarities, like with
you
stories like
have
that from
you
natives
have
across the world, right?
now does the so-called Sasquatch still live, or the Sasquatch is
hmm
is it still a thing? I don't know. They probably exterminated them just like they've exterminated other different types of humanoid beings that used to walk around and live on this planet as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We found graveyards of Cro-Magnon, and we've found graveyards of different types of people and different types of skulls. Different through anthropology has discovered many different types of skulls that have been found in mass graves. And I think that, you know, maybe humans did, maybe our fiction is more like what our reality was. Like when you have like elves and orcs and all that type of shit like that, maybe there was some sort of like, maybe there was a time where Earth was like that.
Well, isn't that what like the Nephilim are supposed to be? They're supposed to be like 9 foot tall or some shit like that.
Oh yeah. They, as a matter of fact, not too ancient people, not people that you probably wouldn't even consider ancient. We're talking about 200-300 years ago. We're talking about seeing giants and stuff, people that were 20 feet tall, people that were like super fucking tall and actually you know, had a decent center of gravity is for how tall they were. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that their proportions, their body proportions were just like ours, but they were like huge.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mostly today, like when you see someone that's very tall, you see like their body proportions are a little bit different. They might have really long legs and really long arms, really long torso, and you know, but I'm talking about somebody who has like a more natural or more normal, not natural, but normal, a more normal body proportions, and they were tall, 36 feet tall, skeletons that have been found, that the bones look like large versions of our bones. We look like miniature versions of people who probably walk this earth. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, it's in the Christian Bible. It's in the Christian Bible that these people used to walk the earth. Do you think that that's a lie? I don't think it's a lie. Do I think that everything in the Bible is true? No. Do I think that everything in the Bible is false? No. Do I cherry pick what stimulates me? Yes, I do. Like what stimulates me, I cherry pick it. Just like most people. Just like most people. I cherry pick everything. I'm one of those eat the meat, spit the bones out type of people. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at different cultures, different religions have talked about many different things. Like there was once probably a flood. I believe that we live currently in the flood. I believe that we are the Highlanders. I believe we live in the highlands because what we see in our ocean is actually the flood itself. This is the flood. I remember in
I see what you're saying.
2017 when there was a hurricane, all the water around Tampa had disappeared. Where there was once a beach in the ocean, you could go out there and ride your fucking bike. And it was like that for a couple of days, and then the water like slowly came back. Like, what the fuck was that?
Well, that happens with hurricanes because they literally suck up water, right? Like, so it's pulling all that beach water like further back, like way further back.
Yeah, but we talking about a hurricane that's gone away and passed, right? A hurricane that's gone away and passed, and water that's still gone for days. I
For
don't.
days, yeah.
I do think that there's something very off about the way that our terrain and everything is explained to us. I don't know what it is because I don't have the means to travel and actually get the point of view and observe it for myself. And I'm at the mercy of observation and what they tell us and what the pictures that they show us. That's where I'm at the mercy. I feel like I'm mature enough to admit to myself that I do think that there is something strange about where we are and what we are. I don't believe that we actually know exactly what a human is. Human beings are more different than most animals on this entire planet in more ways than one. Not just the way we think, but the way we look, the way our bodies are structured, and the fact that we have the our chromosomal makeup. I think that we are not just this thing that they tell us. Like they say, humans are just mammals, and that's it. I don't think that it's that cut and dry. You know what
Well, if
I'm
we want to
saying?
get into crazy stuff, I mean, we could get into like, oh, or were we created by aliens? You know, like ancient alien theory stuff. But
No, I'm not even talking about on that level. I'm even talking
yeah,
about on more, because that is something that we'll just have to speculate and everything too. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
I think that what I'm talking about is more observable. Like
Hmm.
we look at our hands and our hands are like web. You know what I'm saying? We have tailbones with no tails. That probably means we used to have a tail, or we're going to have a tail, or some
Yeah,
species that
we
looks
used
like
to have a tail for
have
sure,
a
I
tail.
think.
You see what I'm saying? We have things like tonsils, appendix, things that can be like organs that can be taken from the body, and we can still exist and still live without them. You know what I'm saying? We have, tonsils are where a fish's gills are. You know what I'm saying? An appendix are where slightly to the right of of the middle. That's right where you find like the fish's middle at, slightly to the right in the middle of a fish. Anybody out there ever scale fish? Anybody out there ever prepare fish? And you take that knife and stick it up his rooter tutor and take him up from the rooter to the tutor, and you split that fish. You see it slightly to the right, just like the appendix, just like the fish's gills. You can put salt in our eyes when we're in water, but if you take the person out of the water, put the salt in their eye, it burn the shit out of their eye. Like, a woman gives birth to a baby from a soft egg, just like a reptile. You know what I'm saying? We have skin that scales. Like I think we have fingernails, just like what elephants have fingernails, tigers, cats, dogs have fingernails. Like we do share some sort of like ancestral background with the rest of the creatures on the planet. Like even when you look at our eyeballs and you look at a cow's eyeballs and a dog's eyeballs, it seems like it's kind of made out of the same gelatinous material. You see what
Well,
I'm
that's where like evolution comes into play. I'm a big like science head in a way. Like I love like documentaries and things like that. So I've seen all that shit. Like basically, as far as what scientists believe, they believe basically like we kind of have a lot of similarities, like you said, with fish. Like fish crawled out of the sea, eventually gained limbs, turned into all these other different creatures, and then you got how many billions of years later, and you got freaking weird ass humans. But
I think that it's a little different than that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I definitely one thing that I definitely don't believe is that the same species popped up in different places on the planet. So yeah, there had to be some sort of origin point. There had to be some sort of like nexus, right? Because like how would evolution make the same species pop up on different places, right? So everything had to like come from this origin point at some point. So I'm with you there. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
I think it's a little bit different. And I also think that we actually have more in common with plants as well. Like even when you look at our belly buttons or our navels and stuff like that, you see a lot of the fruits and plants have that similar same thing. You know what I'm saying? That connected to its umbilical, you know what I mean? In some sort of way that it snaps off and comes off, and it dries up. And like, my children were born at home, and we let their umbilical cords come off naturally. And it takes about like 5 days and it just dries up and pops right off, just like a fruit
Oh
or
yeah.
you dig what I'm saying? Think about
Hmm.
how fruits and vegetables are actually what is medicinal to humans as well. So it takes us back to a point of homeostasis, right? So like that, you know what I'm saying? Like these are the kind of things that I ponder when I think about like actually what we are. So if they're lying to us about what we are, then surely they're lying to us about where we are. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at with it. And like I said, science can totally be compromised.
Yeah.
Science can totally be compromised. And it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot of people. I mean, just look at Hollywood for a second. Hollywood is compromised. We see the same actors over and over again in every movie and every TV show and it's the same people over and over again recycled to us and I think that at some level they do know what they're there to perform. They're performing rituals, they're performing spells right on these screens. It doesn't care what genre the television show or movie is in. I say this all the time. It could be a rom com, a horror, whatever. It's gonna be, the symbolism is going to be there, and it's the same people over and over again. And this is the same thing when you go to, peer review things and such like that. It's a society. It's a society that we walk through. It's the science is a society of people that peer review things and come to a consensus on what it is. And it doesn't matter if somebody that actually has more scruples comes along and totally disagrees with the major consensus. As long as they're not a part of that group, they are ostracized. And a lot of times, some of these scientists be popping up. Some of the weirdest motherfuckers pop up dead. Some of the people that be popping up dead be like, wow, this dude passed? Like, what the happened? What was this? You know what I'm saying? Yo, I like that. I like that, Petty Gibbs. We live on the back of a giant turtle. And yo, that's heavy right there. That's heavy right there. A lot of people be like, yo, that could be crazy as hell. That's blah, blah, blah. Man, listen, look. The truth is stranger than fiction. And you can always put your money on the truth being stranger than fiction.
Now, I've looked at other planets through a telescope, so I know for real that planets exist and rotations exist and shit's around. I know that much. So I've looked with my own two eyes on that shit. So
I mean, yeah. I mean, they just had what was it, Gail Devers and all these people go up to space and shit like that, right? Didn't they do that just recently?
they do that stupid shit where you're like barely at the edge of Earth and space or whatever. You're like floating for a little bit, But
well, you know what? I believe that whole shit was fake.
they just that's more of like the billionaires trying to flaunt their money and be like, "Oh, the space race is coming, boys. We should invest." Yada yada, dude. We're not even close to space racing.
I believe that whole shit was fake. The reason why I believe that whole shit was fake is because they had a gaffe. They had a gaffe where somebody from the inside opened the door up, and then they ran over there and told her, "Oh, you got to close the door because you ain't supposed to be able to open the door from the inside. This is pressurized and shit like this." Then Jeff Bezos comes over there with some fake ass keys, acting like he opening the door and shit. I know y'all saw that shit.
I didn't bother watching it. I mean, they do all that shit for like promotion, anyways. They're just stroking their own egos.
Why lie? Why lie about any of it? If you lying about one part of it, you lying about all of that shit.
All of it, yeah.
Because if you win if that is the part that you're lying about, then the whole shit has to be a lie. Because what the fuck did you actually do if the cabin wasn't really pressurized and all of this? Who opened the door? How'd y'all open the door from the inside? You're caught. If that part is a lie, then the whole thing had to be a lie. That was some bullshit. And people be like, you're a conspiracy theorist and all this crazy shit. Okay, whatever you call me. You're calling me a name, but you're not explaining how the fuck somebody opened that door up from the inside of that pressurized capsule. You're not explaining that, but you're calling me the conspiracy. You'd have to be the conspiracy theorist to believe that these motherfuckers really did this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just like a person would have to believe, they'd have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that Native Americans were just writing comic books when they were talking about these Sasquatch.
Right.
I don't know if it still exists and Bigfoot is out there, like, because Bigfoot is a gaslighting terminology. Okay, Sasquatch is what we're talking about, and there are other names for it as well.
There's hella other names regionally.
We're talking about hundreds of other names because
Yowie, Yeti, so many more.
Yes, so many more names, right? So you'd have to be a conspiracy theorist to think that these people was making fucking comic books, right? These people. How these people all making comic books from different regions and shit like that, and they're talking about the same things that existed and walked amongst them, shared with them, ate with them.
It's crazy how similar the stories are too.
This is what I'm trying to say. And there's no as if the same art teacher taught them. The pictures that they drew of it, the accounts that they have of it, the stories they tell, the oral tradition that's been passed down from person to person, generation to generation. Get the fuck out of here if you saying, oh, that's crazy to think that that's real. You got to be crazy to think that it's not real. You got to be crazy to think that the wickedness of the world has not corrupted that story. When we have funky ass movies like Harry and the Hendersons and shit trying to make fun of the notion, but actually revealing the truth to us right in front of our face, doing the spell, committing the spell.
Like
You know
you're
what I'm
saying, making a joke of the things is a way of them to dismiss it, right? Like that's how they try to make you go, "Oh, well, it's nothing, it's nothing," because we're laughing at it.
Yeah, because they're actually laughing at our ignorance. They're actually laughing at the fact that most of us fall for the spell. So that when someone is talking to them in the way that I'm speaking right now, they automatically dismiss. Most people dismiss that kind of speech. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The thing about what we see, a lot of people don't even understand what we see. We just think we see what we see. You underdig what I'm saying? Like when you see something, right? It is your brain's way of rationalizing it to you to keep you the safest as possible.
Right. It's taking in all this information, but it's gonna take in what it can so that you could like deal with it.
So that you can be the safest as possible. It doesn't want to break your brain.
Right.
It doesn't want to break your thought process, and it doesn't want to break your computing. So it's gonna give you the thing that stimulates you so that you can believe it. It's just like if for a split second you see a ball has been thrown at you and you weren't looking. For a split second you look, you're able to react. That's because what you think and how you perceive time, that's what you think it is. Like when you touch a hot surface of something, you feel it and it appears that you feel it instantly. But there are literally thousands of things happening within that time period. Right?
Yeah.
That heat has to heat up your fingers. Then it has to send that signal to your brain. Your brain has to decipher how hot that shit is, then send the sensation back to your fingers. And we don't know how long that takes. We just perceive it to be instant. We just perceive it as instant. And some people's perception of it is different. Some people can feel the heat faster than others. And some people actually get burned before they know what the fuck they touching. You see what I'm saying? So it's just electric signals. So what you see and what we think we see is just something that our brain pretty much fed our psyche. Where's the psyche at? Is it in the
pineal
body?
gland?
Where's the psyche? Where's the thing that actually drives the joystick? Where's that at?
My guess is the pineal gland, right? I don't know.
It can't be in the brain. The pineal gland is in the brain. It could be
Okay.
that could be the portal, but where's the psyche at? That's got to be somewhere else. I think that kind of rounds us right back to what we were talking about early about the collective consciousness. That we all have like this certain collective consciousness. Like when one human knows something, other humans just know it by default because they're tapped in to that energy source of consciousness, that collective, right? And every species has it. Like birds have it. This is why birds build nests. All species of birds don't build the same nest, but we think it's instinct, but it's actually a part of their collective consciousness on why they even know how to do this. What materials they even go gather. How do we know that? Because all species of birds don't make the same nest. Some birds use this to make a nest. Some birds use that to make a nest. You dig what I'm saying? So it's a collective consciousness. Where is it though? Where is it? That's the question. Does it exist everywhere? Does it like go through our bodies, above or below? Like where is that consciousness?
Actually, I think I'm going to answer you on that one with a very direct answer. I think it's when we sleep and our brainwaves are like their most active, like the alpha wave or whatever. Like that's where I think the collective consciousness kind of connects.
Okay, okay. You know, what I think is interesting is comic strips, right? When we look at comic strips, like when a person says something, you have this bubble, talk bubble above their head, right? And it's a rigid line. It's a solid, rigid line, and it then most point it comes to like a point pointing at the person that's speaking or pointing at their mouth or something like that, right? You know what I mean? In like a comic strip. And when they're thinking, right, it's different. It's depicted different. It's depicted like a cloud, right? That is above
Yeah,
their head, like this couple puffs of cloud and then the big cloud, and it'll show you the thought. And
it's a
most
thought
times,
bubble.
right, it's a thought bubble or a thought cloud. And I like the word cloud because cloud refers to like the cloud or the collective consciousness, the ether, the Akashic records of sorts. You dig what I'm saying? So I think that that is where it is. It's like on that cloud, you dig? Like what it kind of depicts in a comic strip, kind of shows you that your thoughts are actually in the cloud and your words are like this tangible, more rigid thing that a person can interact with more easily or more existentially. Like I can act, I can, I might pick up your words, but me, I kind of pick up on vibes and shit. Like I pick up on vibes, you know, when
Right.
I'm around people, you know. Yo, we talking that shit up here right now. What's going on? Let me let me find out. We got 65 people still up in here right now while we talking this shit right here, and nobody's trying to ask for that link and come in here and cook. Let's cook. I'm trying to, do my thing. You know what I mean? We in the ether. Okay. We in
Speaking
the
of the
ether.
ether, like you're saying, putting it out there, right? Like, so there's something about putting your energy, your thought, your voice, by putting it out there, you give it a chance to become reality, right?
Right. Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember old girl Helly Refined talked about the ether in her videos as far in her episode 8 video. That video was cooked. She was cooking in that video.
Yeah, her channel's great. I like that channel too.
Yeah, I like that channel. I love all the esoteric people and the people that think about the characters deeply and the motions and the movement and the motivations of the characters. I like the other pages too that kind of do the recaps and stuff. They have a place for it. Most of those channels are like the larger channels actually just drop the recaps. Some of them dig deep and talk about some of the philosophical stuff. I love the shows that actually bring out the best in the writers and the people that are covering the shows and stuff like that. And I can definitely say that Helly Refined was a breath of fresh air coming into the community for season 2. Oh my goodness. And I'm not, I don't mean to speak like I was in the community for season 1 myself. You know what I mean? It was my first time covering Severance. I know there were other creators that have been covering it since season 1, and like, man, shout out to that too. We all out here having fun. I love the way that these shows can bring us to the types of conversations that we're having this evening right here on the late night tip. I don't do these much often, you know what I mean? But we're here now. This is what it is. We started this at 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time. We're still rocking right now. We're gonna see what's up. Is anybody coming up here to build with us? I don't know. Let me see what we got. Let's see if anybody wants to come up here and build with us. Let's build. I got a couple of things that I have to do. I've literally been sitting here doing a few things while talking, while ranting, and I want to hear from you right now so I can kind of focus on what I got going on right here. Go ahead and rap to me for a minute.
All right. So, the past few days, I've been searching a lot of early audio recording stuff, mostly because of the show, like because of Severance, and how my theory was that Kier still somehow exists. Like I think, I don't know in what form he exists. I think he's partially, possibly trapped within some old style computer thing, and then the way he speaks is he speaks either into like a kind of like an old Edison gramophone type thing, or maybe he's on like a tape recording of some sort. It's definitely older technology, but I found it very fascinating was some of the different kind of early technology that existed, even from as like the 1860s and then up until Kier's death in 1939, the shit that was already available. There was a really interesting one that I don't think is what he's on, but I found it very interesting. Was a wire tape recording, or it was like literally like a wire, like a metal wire, but they were able to record sound onto that one, and that was like in the early 1900s.
Mm. That's heavy that they were able to do stuff like that back then. Debbie uh Exist said gramophone. Debbie Bo Bebby said wax. Petty
Ooh, the
gift.
wax. That's
Gift
actually a
said
good
ear
point
wax
because the bee symbology and the ant symbology,
and the
and I was
care
looking
wax.
up how they're closely related and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Care wax, the wax candle that Cobell stole. Yo, we calling that guy Care Wax from now on. If I hope we get the animatronic Care Wax next season. We got to get the Care Wax. I remember seeing an advertisement for Severance during the season, and it showed an animatronic dummy sitting at James' computer, and it turned around, but we never saw that in the show.
There was like a weird teaser or something. I think I saw that too. It was like, where was that?
It was like a weird teaser or something that showed like a Care doll turning around.
Yeah, and it was in his little jerk box.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Gab got me on that one.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That was hilarious. Oh my God. Tomorrow, y'all, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7:10. Me and Miscellaneous Gab will be going live on her channel. You know what I'm saying? Let me see where it's at. Where we at? Uh-oh. Hold on for a second. Let me share something. Okay. If y'all got the link to Miscellaneous Gab's live stream, it's in the Discord. Matter of
It's in
fact,
the Discord, yeah.
there's a link to the stream in the Discord. Set the notification for that. We are going crazy up in that joint tomorrow night. Yeah, we gonna we gonna go live. Yeah, we gonna have a good time tomorrow. I got
Oh, the pregnant dolls. Go back to that shot.
oh my goodness, yeah, that was crazy right there. Oh yeah.
So in the UUR, there was like a passage meant talking about like sharing birthing pains with your wife or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of representative of that. So like Mark is like gonna share the pains of Helly or something to some degree.
This right here is who Evil Hodor is trying to look like with that haircut.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look like he was like wakes up every day and he's like, give me the number three, and that's the number three.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Corbin Egan. Corbin Egan. Give me the Corbin Egan. And the barber be like, say less.
He's like, not too short on the bangs now. Come on.
Yes. Come on. Evil Hodor. Evil Hodor is the funniest joke now, yo, that he actually held the door. A lot of people is like, yo, man, he fucking held the door. Evil Hodor. That shit is hilarious. The Fetid Moppet and then all of the Muppet connections and with the Fathead Muppet. Yo, that's hilarious right there. Fathead Muppet shirts on the way. I am trying to do something where we actually do the custom shirts. We got some artwork going in the shirts and everything along, in the package, nice package, all of that. So I'm looking for somebody to print those up. Um, I got a brother in Atlanta that is on vacation. So when he gets back, we're gonna get in motion on that. That is gonna be fire right there. I linked up with a brother in LA. Hold on for a second. Hold up. I had the brother's card around here. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is right here. Right in front of me. I thought I was gonna bring that up. It's Chafe Graphics. I went out to Chafe Graphics. It's over there in Inglewood on Century Boulevard, 4215 West Century Boulevard. I went out there. I was like, yo, I didn't get a chance to get my shirts done before I left. This brother hooked my shirt up in a couple of hours for me. Like, my shirt was done. He got my shirt hooked up for me. He called me. He said, you can come scoop your shirt. I went right over there, drove over, picked up the shirt, and I was out. The shirt was fire. We went to the Paley Fest and had a great time. I was in the shirt. People noticed the logo and the Real Enigmas and Theories logo and was walking up to me, talking to me. We had a good time out at Paley Fest. I have some footage of that. I'm going to be putting on the Patreon. The Patreon's coming as well. I'm trying to get all these things in order. And one of the big reasons why is my Last of Us videos are being copyright strikes. So I'm going to put them on Patreon. So people that want to see them and see the work that I'm putting down can see them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be sitting up here going back and forth with these companies about their stuff, Just put it on Patreon, put it on a different platform and go from there. I'll still put my YouTube videos up. They'll get copyright strike, and that's cool, But I just want to get the vibes out. I want to get these when I get in tune with the show, when I start talking about the esoteric symbolism, I actually am not just one to look at the esoteric symbolism and see it and just point it out. I'm actually trying to decipher it and find out, figure out, or surmise why they're putting this there. Why all of the uniform symbolism across Hollywood within the last 5 years. Ever since 2020, every show from 2020 to now has had all of the same symbolism in it. I'm willing to bet that. I haven't watched every show, of course, right? I've only watched a few, to be honest. But the ones that I watched have all had the same symbolism in it. And I thought that it was one of those kind of things where they were doing it because of the type of genre or whatever. But I watch a couple of different other genres, and the symbolism is within it as well. Like with Raising Canaan, the symbolism is in there. We're talking eggs, we're talking Vesica Pisces, and this is a show about dude's fictitious drug dealer. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think that it's everywhere. I think that it means something. I think they're telling us something. I loved it. Somebody, I think it was Chocolate Thunder, said it's a warning. It's a warning. And what are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that?
I do feel that sometimes. I do feel like a lot of these shows are like suggesting the idea, like, be ready for some almost calamity to some degree. Think about like what's going on in Severance and what's going on in Stranger Things, like these, calamitous events that, the whole floor apparently in Severance attacked each other and murdered each other, or in Stranger Things, it's like the darkness is, coming to eradicate the whole world and everyone's in danger, and then there's always like a pitting of faction in all of these shows. Like there's definitely, two sides warring, whether it's in our face and we're part of it, or we're being, used as the pawns. But it does feel like there's like, I don't know, I feel like they're like trying to tell us be careful, because like shit's about to get real crazy in the next, decade or next few years. Like
Yeah,
I feel
you
like
know,
we're on the
Rose,
precipice to possibly a world war again, but I don't know. I just feel like the repeated musings of like what had happened in the or in the late 1920s in America just feel like they're on repeat right now.
yo, Rose Malik OG said eggs as in Humpty Dumpty. You know, fun fact: Humpty Dumpty wasn't an egg. Not in one part of the nursery rhyme does it even say that he's an egg. It was depicted that he was an egg, but there's probably something way more sinister behind that. I implore you to check that out. There's a deeper story and a hidden meaning
I mean,
behind
all the
it.
nursery rhymes are really screwed up, aren't they?
Oh
Like
yeah,
when you look at the actual like story.
the origins, yes, the origins, yeah. But go check it out. Like Humpty Dumpty is more way more sinister story behind that. Check it out. He's not an egg. He's not an egg, but it was definitely egg symbolism. He was symbolically an egg, and it's funny that we think uh, egg, we think Humpty Dumpty, or we think Humpty Dumpty and we think egg, and that's a program that was programmed into us because every time we saw Humpty Dumpty, it was an egg man with a damn suit on, fell off the thing and a shell cracked, and they talking about putting Humpty Dumpty together again. Humpty Dumpty was something else. Go check it out. You know what I'm saying? It
If there's
never
a Muppet involved in that theory, dude, I'm gonna flip out.
Muppets are everywhere. Yeah,
Did you
he's
see
not.
how the guy who's playing Kier, like his first job in New York while he was like a young actor, was working for the Muppets?
Yeah, that's insane, bro.
That
Like,
that, that shit blew my mind.
yeah, that's insane. That's an insane connection with all the rest of the Muppet connections. I wonder if he's aware of that. I would love them to actually put that symbolism in the narrative in a way that like they're able to communicate to the right side of the brain because we did see that um, the chip was on the right side of the brain, right? The chip was placed by the pineal gland on the right side of the brain.
That's right. It's not like perfectly center where Mark's wound is, right? It was a little bit to the side.
Right. It was a little bit to the side, and we saw that when Ragabi flooded the chip, you know, and the chip stays put. I assume that the chip stays put because we see it send out those little metal anchors
Yeah, it
and
looks like little teeth anchoring on or something.
anchoring onto the brain matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it would stay put, you know. But
So that's why at the end when they're saying Gemma was gonna die, it wasn't because they were gonna turn her off, is they're gonna literally physically remove that chip and it's gonna just kill her.
do you do you think that they were going to remove the chip and to be for it to be examined and scanned and things of that nature?
Yeah, they would definitely examine and scan it, and then I guess maybe implement it as their new, you know, like the new BIOS or whatever. It's like the new firmware.
You have to think about this chip. Okay. Um, I'm gonna say this. A lot of people get their animals chipped. What one thing that I blood ties, and it might be talking about who Evil Hodor actually is. I hope we find out in season 3. Look at Evil Hodor right there. Yeah, we need to find out who he was. I need a backstory. The tattoo was so like, yo, who is this guy? What is he got the frolic tattoo?
Yeah, I'm convinced he's, part Egan, if not a bastard at least. But
Yeah, he's one of the bastard Egans, most likely. I think. You know what I'm saying? But he's high up though. He's high up. But I mean, he's big, so they got to use him as the muscle. They got to look at Snoop. You know what I'm saying? They got to use Evil Hodor as the muscle. He's the big guy. He comes through. You know what I'm saying? And he lays the murder game down. He gets
now,
busy.
is he technically the goat that got sacrificed there?
Yeah, absolutely. With the same gun that he was going to sacrifice the goat with. Yes, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? Who is? Yeah, we need to know who is Evil Hodor. We have to know. The frolic tattoo, right on the no hand. Dig it. You know what I'm saying? You
And the
can't.
way he talks with Helly in the show, like in the scenes the few scenes they do have together, he seems to talk and speak with her in almost like a kind of like a older brother way, like the way he's looking out for her or something.
Yeah, that's kind of how it felt when he first hit the scene. You know what I'm saying? That was the role he played, and it kind of threw me off to see somebody different when Cobell pulled up to them in the parking lot. Kind of threw me off. I'm like, yo, what is this? Who is this guy? You know what I mean? He looks like one of the Egans. Yeah, he probably is her brother. You know what I'm saying? He probably is her brother. You know, there was a crazy theory that was saying that all the people are related, and now it doesn't sound so fucking crazy. I mean, you got old James siring in the shadows, like,
He basically confirmed it with that one.
yeah, that right there, just like, okay. I know people were like, yes, I knew he was. Yeah, there's probably a lot of Egans running around there, half Egans, I would say. You know what I mean? So, what makes Helly so special? If there's so many that were sired in the shadows, we haven't seen who Helly's mother is. We haven't heard of James having a wife. So, what made did her mother make her special? Who her mother was? Was he married? Did he get married? Who is Helly's mother? What made? No, let's start with this question of what made her so special. Could it be the mother?
There's something, man. I don't know where to pinpoint it at. Like really, there has to be something there. I'm just not finding it yet. I guess that's what we will find in season 3 because to me it just seems like on an esoteric side of things, like if you believe in like people who can like have precognitive abilities or see ghosts or things like that, they believe that those traits are passed down through the mother's bloodline. So in my eyes, there's something hugely important about mother's blood here, but we're just not given a clear enough answer just yet.
Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a funeral, a ritual, a death ritual for Evil Hodor? And if so, will we see other people there with four temper tattoos? Will we see other people there? You know, big Evil Hodor rubbing him out with the frolic tattoo. Or are we going to see other people with frolic or malice tattoos? Is that gonna be something that we're gonna be introduced into season 3? Like more people like Evil Hodor? What was he? He seemed to be tapped in. I mean, he could open one of those doors in the testing floor if he wanted to. And it
Man,
seemed like actually overseeing Dr. Peabody.
yeah, he was kind of like his supervisor in a weird way. Like Dr. Peabody's running the program, but he's kind of like, all right, well, whatever your experiment has to do, I'm going to report it to the higher ups. But
Yeah, I mean the way he was looking at him too. He looked at him like he really wanted to show him some business. Look at Evil Hodor with the what do y'all look what do you make of this? What do you make of this? And then you have her with the as above, so below. You know, you have Dylan with the as above, so below. Yeah, but what do you make of this? This one is something else. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's as direct as it gets, right? But the above so below is kind of like the yin and the yang in a way too, right? Like the light and the dark, or the two halves of yourselves, and at least that's what I interpret it kind of as. So
Oh, indeed, indeed, indeed. Well, I said that we'll sit up here and rock out for a little bit before I shut it down. I'm glad you came up, share some thoughts. The Baphomet symbolism is crazy within Severance. Um, Are we gonna just leave it at the goats being just the sacrifice, things that they just they have a goat spot so that they can have these sacrifices? Maybe it may be that simple. It might not have anything to do with the consciousness. I know that was one of the theories that I thought that they were dealing with goat consciousness, Rebecca and Rickon and all these guys, and I thought that as well. I talked about her smelling like funny and making a chewing sound, her having a scar on the back of her head, birds pecking her, just like birds peck the goats to get the fleas off of them and stuff like that. Um, you know, it is just so many different things that were pointing to that. But now, what if the goats are just these sacrifice things that they just breed them so that they can have these animals that they sacrifice to this deity, to Kier. Kier is definitely a deity figure for them. And it makes me like, I'm thinking kind of like, it also they give me kind of like these different vibes. And it's strange. Like they give like a voodoo vibe. Then they give kind of like a Rastafarian vibe. Like if Kier is real, like he's like a Haile Selassie, like it's different vibes, almost like a Christian vibe, a Catholic vibe, taking the Eucharist, which is the waffle pattern all over the place. Like, yeah, man, it's real heavy. We love this show. All the other shows make me miss Severance. Like watching this other shit is like, don't get me wrong, HBO put it down when it comes to the way shit looks, and they don't miss when it comes to that. But The Last of Us definitely is not smashing. It's not starting off. It's not getting on to a good start. I thought I gave the episode a 6.5. You know what I'm saying? However, the symbolism within The Last of Us is top tier because we're talking about a top tier network. And I love that as far as I'm concerned. I love the symbolism. I feel like I've laid the groundwork as far as symbolism goes for this season, and I'll continue to expound on it in live streams and stuff. And if I'm compelled to make a video, I'll do that. I'm also just gonna start focusing on the Severance content and wait for something dope to come out. What else is coming out that you got that you know of? Before we go, what else do you know that's coming out?
Shit, man, what's coming out? I don't even feel like I'm on any shows right now. I'm on the NBA playoffs right now. I'm on basketball.
Yeah, but Black Mirror just dropped not too long ago.
Oh
Um,
man, that's right. Yeah, everyone is saying that gotta get on that.
yeah, I might go ahead and watch that, take some notes, and get to that after I drop the Severance shit. I think the joints that Debbie Ebby Bo Baby Banana, Debbie Ebby Bo Baby Banana Fana Bo Febby to the FIFA Mo Maybe Debbie. Okay, yeah. See, I didn't forget. Got it this stream. Got to get it. Yes, Black Mirror is fire. I'm getting reports that are only 2 good episodes in it. You know what I mean? I remember that time that Black Mirror hit us with 3 episodes in a season. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, nah, yo. I mean, I take the show slow, but 3 episodes, you gotta be kidding me. But I gotta look at it. I gotta see. I gotta see. One thing that I know, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this before I go. I gotta say this shit. People talk about how they don't like the show. People talk about how a show is trash. My thing is this: is all you showing up for is like the special effects and like that type of bullshit? Like, is there anything else in the show that you can see worth value? Is there anything in the show that could compel you to say, why did they do that? If so, watch it, check it out. Pull your magnifying glass out, pause it, look around, think about what they're saying, listen to the words, the dialogue, you know? yeah, they put a lot of stuff in there. There's propaganda. There are things in there. There are things that they do to keep us divided in these television shows as well. Things that we never even asked for. But when you feed into something on that kind of level, you're actually asking for the division that they intended. You're actually asking to be divided from your fellow man, and that is exactly what they intended. Let don't let the differences of worldviews keep us in echo chambers where we only listen to things that stimulate us. Open your mind. Look for something different. Try to see it from a different angle. It won't hurt you. And it's free. It's free to entertain something. You don't have to change your mind, and you don't have to try to change nobody else's mind neither. Let people think for themselves and think for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to say that so so people could probably listen. Hopefully they hear this on a replay. We got 61 people in here right now that heard it. You know what I mean? I think that these shows are trying to tell us something. And my objective is to get you to listen. And I'm going to stop it right there. I want to say, Food Pyramid, thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming up here rapping with me. You know what I'm saying? It was dope. I enjoyed myself. This is a good 4-hour and 30-minute little live right here. I ain't mad at it. You know, we rocked out. Just a little something to think about while we wait on the next episode. That's all for the wellness session this evening or this morning or however you want to look at it, wherever you are in the world. I'll catch you in the next one. And the next one is tomorrow on Miscellaneous Gab's channel. Be there, 7:10. You get there at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Peace.